dearest conference, it is with forensic and surgical precision that I've decided to fly a plane into the Shard, echoing the devastating attacks of 9/11, but doing it to my own country and for no reason other than I don't know what I'm doing. Hi chat, how you doing? Sorry about that. Keir Starmer just busted in. He just busted right in and took over the mic. I don't know if that was true, what he just said. But he is known for true forensic sensible leadership. Yeah, that's right. Hello chat, how you doing? Happy Monday, welcome in. How are you? Don't channel the spirit of Keir Starmer, you'll get gammon rash. Gammon rash? Never heard anything like it. Hello everybody, welcome in, it's good to see you. Ninny, what's going on? Crescent Moon and Star, how are you? Middle-earth Marxist, what's up? Roshan, how are you? Atomically Powered, what's up? RTE Clearance Network, Soccer, and I think that's everybody. I got everybody. Keir Starmer, surprise guest. He's always making guest appearances. It's a very British thing Keith could do. Yes, correct. Hey, Rob, what's up? Doing fine. I've been working and volunteering in community center for 3 years. Thanks so much for Red Planet for the final push to go and check out that place. Fucking so proud of you, Ninny. That's so good. I'm so happy to hear it. That's the key shit as well. Community centers, like going and volunteering in community centers. That's really important if you're still lucky enough to have those in the country that you live in. And they haven't been completely eviscerated from, you know, from society by austerity. Then go and do it, you know? Go and do some volunteering at your local community center. Incredibly important. Even if it's just full of old people, it doesn't matter. Go and speak to some oldies. Go and radicalize some nanas and some mums. Very key stuff to be doing. Hello everybody, hello Rob, hello. Gammon rash, it's the rash on the interior of your soul which causes uncontrollable hormonal urges towards the Union flag. Well, the more you know. Thanks for educating us on that, Sorka. That won't leave my mind for some time. RTE with the 5 consecutive stream and Network with the 15 consecutive stream. It's great. Thanks for watching. Thanks for being here. It's very important that you are here. The stream falls apart without you. That's the problem. That's what everybody forgets. That's what everybody forgets. If you aren't here, I just don't exist, actually. I'm like a computer program. When you don't observe me, I'm just not there. But that's not a computer program. That's, what is it? What is those? Electrons. I'm an electron. I'm a Boltzmann brain. I don't know what that is. Hey, Holiday, what's up? My streak reset again, even though I'm here. That's okay. I believe you. You're on like a fucking 20, a 20 stream streak or some shit like that. Probably even more, actually. I can't remember. But I appreciate you nonetheless. Suspended within our common consciousness by twitch.tv. Exactly. A quark. Whatever the one is. Right? Whatever the one is. Schrodinger's streamer. Holiday's on a 40+ stream streak. Yes. I believe that entirely. Nuclear Slayer with the 65 consecutive streams. Hell yeah. That's me. So, yeah, very important that you're here. Very, very important that you're here. Let's start out by looking at a little bit of this. Why don't we start out by looking at a bit of this? I just think it's important. By any means necessary, thank you so much for the tier 1 for 3 months.
3 months supported a Brit has me conflicted. Can you please go spit on Thatcher's grave if you haven't already?
If I go near Thatcher's grave, I don't know what will happen. Anything could happen. It's just best if I don't. That's the problem, you see. There's like a force field around it that, like, as soon as it, you know, Berserk? You know, the anime Berserk, the anime and the manga Berserk? When I, like, pass through, there's like a radius, right? And the closer that I get to her hometown, which is where her grave is, I don't know what that is. I actually don't know where it is, but I know that as soon as I get close to it, this happens. If I cross over that threshold, my eyes go white, like totally white, and a lot of like symbols. What are they called? What's it called? Japanese writing? Kai. I can't remember the name. Kai. Whatever. That stuff. Kanto. Is it Kanto? Sort of like, you know, you start to see it. It's like purple and it's got the kanji. That's it. Thank you. Not Kanto. You know, the purple kanji letters appear near me and it says something like rage or something and it's going, and I'm just there like, so, you know, I could get into serious trouble. That's the problem. So I would do that, but, you know, you all need me here on the stream and not in jail, don't you? Don't disturb the garlic. Exactly. Exactly. But thank you very much, by any means necessary. Yes, very good stuff. The Boltzmann hypothesis is really interesting. Basically, the idea is a lot less likely for our entire universe to have come into being for all of time from nothing than it would be for a single human brain filled with live perceptions and memories of an entirely false reality to have come in reality for like 30 seconds total. Yep, I'm going to be thinking about that tonight when I'm trying to sleep. Hey Spooky, what's up? Insane that I just joined and somehow I knew it was Thatcher. Here's what I was going to say that we should look at. Here's what I was going to say that we should look at. Okay, here we are. Oh, what's that? What's that? What's that? They're doing their best. They're doing their total, absolute capitalist bests to try and stabilize this market. But here we are at $94 per barrel of crude and 101 per barrel of Brent crude. Oh, it's good. It's good stuff. It's really good stuff. So there you go. Hippie Marshmallow, welcome in. Who cares, to be honest? We're still alive in our perception. Whether we're imagined doesn't change anything. Yeah. No, I didn't mean I'd be thinking about it like that. I just meant I'd be thinking about it. And, you know, just getting a bit scared. I don't smoke weed anymore, so I don't ever, like... I don't ever get, like, you know, scared. Like... I used to have this joke with one of my exes, because what we used to do is get too high and then get really scared. And we had a chat about it one day over coffee, right? And we just decided that that's what happens. And so every time we would get high, we would say, do you want to get scared? Should we get scared? So I don't really have that happen anymore. So it'd be good. It'd be good to do that. Just reminisce. It wasn't bad. I too am always thinking about the Boltzmann brain idea. I mean, I've already thought about things like that, right? I do often think about stuff like that. Hey Link, what's up? Don't forget, chat. This incentive is still live. It's still live. I know that there's not like a crazy amount of people here yet already. But just in case someone's got an extra 50 squids lying around, you never know. The daily incentives so far, right? The daily incentives so far are £25 cat cam on for the rest of the stream, right? So that's either 10 subs, or £25 in direct donos. There's the tip link, just in case anyone's feeling frivolous. Also, think about your boy, and think about the boy. You know, think about the boy. Think about the boy. There he is. You could be seeing that. And think about me, your boy, that I can eat and pay my bills. The second incentive is if I get £50 in one stream, name 100 women. I'll do the name 100 women challenge. I'll do it straight away, just live. Just as soon as we hit that £50, name 100 women, no prep allowed, straight off the top of the dome. Wicker freestyler. Rock the microphone. Stereo. Middle-earth Marxist with the 9 months. That's 2.
Sophie 189 going Sophie 189 kitty brat chat.
Thanks for the 10-month, 9-month streak, Middle-earth Marxist. How you doing? Good to see you. You're just going to be saying random-ass names. No, it won't let you do that. Look, like... Look, it doesn't let you do that. That's not a real person. It won't let you do that. Incorrect guess. So, it doesn't work like that. It's going to be real, straight from the top of my dome, Wicker Freestyler, Stereo. Straight from the top of my dome. Yeah? Emily, welcome in. How are you doing? Eating, paying bills is good. I often am saying this. Bellatrix, welcome in. Sophie, welcome in. How are you doing? Shout out to Sophie from Mars, my good friend and co-host on Red Planet. How you doing? This is going to be interesting. Is it going to be interesting? Because no one's coming close to £50 yet. So put in Sophie from Mars. Should we see if Sophie from Mars works? That could work. No, sorry. You need to have a Wikidata page, basically. That's the key to it. It's not transphobic because I imagine it will probably accept Wendy Carlos, right? Yeah, there you go. So, that's how you know. Excuse me. £50. How many quid is that? 50. Quids is pounds. Quids is pounds. A quid is a pound. Hello, Sally, as well. Welcome in. How are you doing? Has anyone beat my time yet? Don't know. Rob with the £5.
A cheeky fiver.
A cheeky fiver. Thank you so much for the cheeky fiver, you legend. Thank you for subbing off Twitch. Thank you for supporting the stream. I love saying quid. Yeah, it's mint, innit? Squiddly widdly. Squiddly widdlies. Squits widdlies. Misgendered by the name 100 women page. Yeah, no, it's not right. Yeah, 5 squid. £5 quids. English pounds quids. Although they're not really. They're British pounds quids. So, those are the incentives. We've had £5 and we've had £10 so far. Right? Add it all up. 2 £2.50s. Right? Which is the 2 subs. And then a fiver. So that's £10. No. Yes. £10. So if we get another £15, cat cams on for the rest of the stream. And then another 25 quid on top of that. You know what will happen then. That will be the Name 100 Women Challenge. Let's take a look at this. I saw this the other day. Should we have a little watch of this? This is Charlotte Gill. I don't know who this is, but I know that she's a Tory. That's all I know. She might be a reform. She might be a reform fascist. I don't know. But what I do know... Why is castration trending? Because castration castration is mint. That's why. Right, so this is Charlotte Gill. She did a video the other week when the Greens won in Gorton and Denton. It's called The Red Green Alliance: How the British Left Organises. I can't wait for her to tell us how this works. I don't know if there's going to be subs the whole time, so hopefully there is.
The Greens have just won in Gorton and Denton. Everyone's wondering what's next. Are they going to be a big party in Parliament? Personally, I think they could grow quite substantially because they're part of a larger socialist super bloc, as I call it. In this video, I'm going to use my...
Cousin Moon Star, thank you so much for the £5. Thank you for subbing off Twitch. Thank you for supporting the stream. Thank you for the 5 squids. Legend. We just need another £10. £10 in donos, or what's £10? £4? 4 thingies. 4 subs. And then we'll have the cat cam on. Okay? Just so everyone's aware.
Whiteboard to map out what I think this broadly looks like. We're talking about lots of symbiotic units that are helping socialist ideas. You know, the Greens are just plain old socialists. They're helping them to thrive.
It's crazy that she's like, the Greens are plain old socialist, because they're not really. They're Dem socks at best. Right? They've certainly got eco-socialist policies, but they are an electoral politics party. So this is great already.
But I think the right are a little bit naive at understanding what socialist activism looks like. This is my interpretation. So, first of all, what we're looking at, and I'm just going to cross out S, is a red-green alliance. It's very important to understand that Zach Polanski is simply meant to be the new Jeremy Corbyn. It's almost like we're seeing a revival of momentum, you know, momentum that tried to win in 2019 with Jeremy Corbyn. It's not as if momentum gave up and went away. If you're serious about political power, obviously you don't go, oh, we lost, we're just going to go away forever. You recalibrate, and that's what they've done. They've decided that Zach Polanski is the one that can take it forward. And I talk about the Reds because you're really seeing the very left independents, like Jeremy Corbyn, you know, your party lot, Zara Sultana, they're part of this red-green alliance. And you've also got the very left of Labour, so people like Clive Lewis, Olivia Blake, Bell Rabiri Addy, some better known than others for convoluted reasons.
Zara Sultan is not in the Labour Party anymore, love. Hey Duke, what's going on? She's not, she's just not. Already with the misinfo. I can't believe this. I thought this was going to be proper. If she starts drawing cat girls. She underlined your party. That's how we know this is important.
They are tactically aligned with the red-green. They are part of the red-green alliance.
Red-green alliance. Red-green alliance.
You've also got Muslim independents.
Muslim independents.
These...
No, sorry. Not left-wing. Yeah, already she's referring to... well, this is Ayub Khan. This is... What's his face? He's the guy that kicked up the big fuss in your party. And he's a landlord. He's a misogynist. He's like anti-abortion. He's a landlord. And he's also a transphobe. I can't remember his fucking name. What's his name? I don't like think about him anymore. I see him come up on Twitter every now and then. I've forgotten his name. But you know, not left wing. I think this is Shokat Adam, or is this guy Adnan Hussein? Thank you, Kraken. How you doing? Welcome in. The Kraken! Welcome. Yeah, Adnan Hussein, Ayub Khan, and one of these two is Shokat Adam, but I can't remember which one it is. I think it's this guy. They're all fairly right-wing. They're all fairly conservative. You've heard of the term progressive except for Palestine. These guys are only progressive for Palestine, right? That's the majority of these guys. That's why there was an alliance of independent MPs. It's just that. So it's great that she's including these guys. I don't know what the fuck is going through her head.
Mostly
with
male.
this.
I think all of the male MPs were aligned with your party.
Keyword were.
We're seeing the Muslim vote, inverted commas, because I never like to generalise about anyone, moving over to the Greens because of their stance on Gaza, and it's seen as a sympathetic stance for Muslims at large. And you're also going to...
Famously, it's only Muslims that care about Gaza, by the way. It's only Muslims that care about Gaza. And that's why the Greens have done it, you see. They don't actually care about Gaza. They just want to get the Muslim vote.
Lib Dems. And Lib Dems are almost like...
Lib Dems! She just smashed the Lib Dems in there. That's so good. This has to be fake. This can't be real. She's like a satire channel, right? Commonwealth vote, mapping the far left. How is hope not hate not allowed to be political? Why did Carol Vorderman back the Greens? No, this can't be right. She's serious? I think she's probably serious. Racist borders kill. Wait, what? Taxpayers charge £150,000 this year for activist charity Migrants Organised. How to deal with your far-right relatives this Christmas. Wait, what? Is she right-wing or not? I can't tell. How to search for woke National Lottery Community Fund grants. How Soros links to the all-party parliamentary group on migration. Okay, yeah, she's a fascist. She's a fascist. Absolutely. She's completely brain-rotted. Tracy Brabin, Mayor of West Yorkshire, heads off to Brazil with what? With Sadiq Khan. As the UK reaches crisis point, Sir Sadiq Khan heads off to Brazil. Oh my god. The left-wing myth that school children are taught to love empire. Oh my god. Okay. All right. Okay. She is actually serious. That's fascinating. She was beefing with Stats for Lefties on Twitter. Oh, hell yeah. Let's go. Well, that's where I found this, because I saw Eleonora retweeting, quote tweeting a clip of this, and then, I took a little bit of a deeper dive, and here we are. So, you know, that's good, innit? Imagine how fast you'd have to be to think the Lib Dems are in a vague conspiracy with fucking Zach Polanski, yeah. I think that she's talking about the wish casting that people like me do. Because I've wish casted before that the Lib Dems would go more left-wing and become a red-green alliance, right? I have wish casted about this. It's true. But I know that that's not likely. The Lib Dems being part of it is just so unlikely. They're just yellow Tories. The left wing of Labour is non-existent. Even John McDonnell is just still towing the party line at this point. It's fascinating. Absolutely fascinating stuff.
The posh version of the Greens. Their positions, as far as I can see, are pretty identical. So I think...
What?! No, they aren't!
See them more and more. So let's just put this in a circle. This is the socialist superbloc.
Socialist superbloc. The Lib Dems are in the socialist superbloc.
Just to be clear, these are all socialists. How do they all...
Just to be clear, they're all... What?
Organise? Well, one way is something called Pelican House.
Bro, there is not one liberal Democrat going to Pelican House. What are you talking about? What do you mean? This is so good. Okay, so for those of you that aren't in London who don't understand, Pelican House is known as it's basically just known as like the hub of left-wing organizing in London. There is an awful lot of middle-class, embarrassing liberals who go there and stuff who think that they're more left-wing than they actually are and shit. So it's got all those kinds of problems, certainly. You know, I have heard the term Pelican House wanker before a couple of times. So, you know, it's not necessarily like a great place, but it's a place where if you're in a tenants union, you might go and organize there. If you're in a... All of us here were screaming, Soph's got a full house. Soph's got a full house of people who know about Pelican House. You know, this is just great. She is more informed than first appears, but also somehow less informed for mentioning Pelican House and like the Lib Dems. Okay, all right. Hello, Joe. Hello, Abby. Hello, everyone at Soph's.
Cooperative.
Hey, Val, how you doing?
So I'm just going to draw to show that it's a building. Pelican House. It's in Bethnal Green.
Yeah. This is true.
And the left organise in cooperatives generally. And what this means, if you don't know, is they all meet in a building and they sit and discuss ideas. They could use that building or that cooperative to make materials for protests that go on.
This is true.
Or help set up groups, things like that.
This is correct stuff.
Pelican Houses, and these MPs have been seen at Pelican House. So
No. I'm sorry. There's no liberal Democrats that have been to Pelican House. There just aren't. Like, I'm sorry. The Lib Dems being included in this makes it so wacky and so silly. It's like, that's the big bit. And also, like, I don't know, has John McDonnell been to Pelican House? Has Nadia Whittam been to Pelican House? Is that, you know, the so-called Labour left that she's referring to? Have these people been to Pelican House? Or, like, you know, how much research has she done here?
For instance, Jeremy Corbyn...
Buildings can be used for nefarious purposes by socialists. Yeah, we should ban all buildings, it's true.
Called the Rosa Luxemburg Stiftung. And Stiftung is German for foundation.
Yeah, or the Rosa Luxemburg Foundation, as it's known in Britain.
And the Rosa Luxemburg Stiftung, its London office is at Pelican House.
Uh-huh.
And it's also going in this box, which is funders, because the Rosa Luxemburg Stiftung has been known to fund socialist causes.
Yes, they do this. Yes, that's correct.
Media. I'll just go up to this box, the media box.
Oh, hell yeah.
It funds...
Hey, Vord. Hey, Gummer Master. What's up?
Vara Media. Which...
No Vara Media. Novara Media mentioned. Let's go. The only left-wing person on Novara Media is Helena. I'm sorry, but it's changed now. It used to be fairly left-wing. Now it's just Helena. Now it's literally just No Justice MTG. You know, shout-outs to our queen. But... Is this the British equivalent of our American conservative commentators railing against the liberal leftist Democrats? Yeah, kinda, yeah, because, you know, like, the big thing that's missing from her chart are things like, you know, tenant unions, trade unions, anti-racist organizations, anti-fascist organizations, fucking, you know, all these extra bits of dual power that we talk about. Hey, UE6969696969. What's the title of the video? Yeah. Here you go. It's in the chat. There's a link. Yeah, this is mad. This is absolutely mad.
Has been known, its representatives have been known to go to Pelican House and speak at events. Because this is the left-wing cooperative. I'm sure they have other cooperatives as well, but this is the most One of the most famous.
It's like if DSA and a bunch of other orgs like it had. Well, okay, so yeah, so like Pelican House is kind of like if DSA had a bunch of other orgs like it had headquarters in the same building for all their work in Oregon. But the way that she's saying it is that like Katabuga Zale goes there and, you know, fucking Jasmine Crockett and, you know, like these kinds of like conservative, like essentially you could say that someone from the Liberal Democrats is like probably on the same position as Nancy Pelosi on a lot of stuff. You know what I mean? I didn't realize Novara Media was no longer left. What happened? They've just gone further and further right wing. That's all it is. Like when they report on the news, you know, if you've got Michael Walker, if you've got Aaron Bastani, even that Kieran fellow, I can't remember his surname, they're going to be framing it from like a fucking sensible briefcase wanker way. Yeah, they're like the Young Turks for the UK, yeah. Ash Sarkar is still left-wing, but her commentary is pretty basic on there now as well. I don't really hear her being super radical or anything. I stopped listening to Novara Media probably about fucking 2 years ago. But again, Helena's on there, and if you see Helena doing stuff, she's gonna be, you know, being a bit more left wing than most of them. I don't know. I think it's the strategy. I think that their strategy is copying the Labour strategy, which is like we should be politically ambiguous, and we shouldn't be like, you know, expressly communist or expressly socialist. We should just say these things matter, and you know, it's fine if that's what you want. If you think that works, if you think that's going to reach people like in the center right or the center left, go for it. That's fine. Again, you know, I believe in pragmatism. I believe in sharpening all your tools for the fight. But me personally, I just don't really vibe with them anymore. You know what I mean? Pelican House is the Portland of the UK. Yes. I don't read Novara, to be clear. Oh yeah, fair enough. Yeah. Is it weird that I admire Bonnie Blue for her commitment? No, it's weird that you came in the stream and said that as the first thing that you said. And your name is also Whitehawk Griffin. Yeah, I'm not about that. Not about that. Also, hi, Baxapath, welcome in. And hello, Emmy Killy. Dahlia is still good. Yes, Dahlia is a good Novara Media, you know, Novara Media presenter.
I know. Rosa Luxemburg Stiftung. So like I say, they're a German foundation and they're associated with the far left party Die Link.
Far left? This is mint. This is so good. Oh, yes. This is just great. This is fucking brilliant.
I might be saying that wrong, but it's spelled Die and then Linke. A really fringe.
Okay, what are we saying? What are we saying with this image here? What are we saying with this image here? Yes, this person is a fascist. Obviously, they're a fascist.
Sort of like what we're seeing in the UK. And Rosa Luxemburg.
Sort of like what we're seeing in the UK. I mean, she's right about that. She's right about that in that Delinka is about as left-wing as it gets in the UK in electoral politics.
Believes in organising models for a brave new world. And so Rosa Luxemburg, she believed in socialism had to be international in its remit. They coordinate internationally. It's why you see. Okay,
we're just skipping over a lot of context about Rosa Luxemburg and who she was and what she did. We're just skipping over that, yeah? Okay, all right, that's fine.
Zara Sultana circulating with people like Zoran Mamdani.
This is so good.
She went to the US to go and see the Democratic Socialists there. These people are very ambitious. You know, they think their movement is going to go global. And maybe...
Oh, I kind of feel sorry for her. I feel a bit schneid on her. Like, she's just never been outside, has she? She's never been outside. She's never... This is white on whiteboard violence. Yeah, this is what I mean. As if socialism, as if various different shades of socialism is not a global movement, but also as if, you know, she's saying maybe it will if we don't get our act together. Fascism is also a global movement. Come on, man. Oh, Jesus Christ. Like, what?
If we don't get our act together. So yeah, Rosa Luxemburg.
How are you going to get your act together? That's a good question. That's what I want to know from her. How is the right wing supposed to get their act together?
And then...
Because remember, chat, the right wing is the most funded, the most astroturfed, the most promoted, the most supported by global capital movement in the world. Like, it is. It just absolutely is. And we're actually quite lucky that right-wing ideas are as unpopular as they are, because I think otherwise things would be measurably worse than they are now. And of course, things are continuing to get worse because of that reason. So, you know, I do want to know what she thinks could be done for the right wing. If they just, I don't know, if they knock on every door and just start saying every slur, maybe that'll work. Because that seems to be what they're doing at the minute. I wonder if she has any clue who Rosa Luxemburg was. No, I guarantee she did this. And she went maybe to like AI overview or some shit. What was Rosa Luxemburg famous for? Social Democrat Party. I don't know. Maybe she did a bit of research. Maybe she did a bit of research. I could be wrong about that. Does it not come up for results for Rosa Luxemburg? What happens if you go on AI mode? Oh, no. I don't want to be talking to an AI or anything like that. I don't want to do that. Okay, well, what I thought was, maybe if I ask a question, who was Rosa Luxemburg? Will that come up? Will that give me like an AI overview? Well, maybe she didn't do that. I thought that it was going to come up with an AI overview and be like, Rosa Luxemburg liked international socialism, and she just picked that, right? I don't know. That's what I think she did.
Stiftung, like I said, funds Novara Media.
A low-key human.
And it's based at Pelican House, where you also have...
And hello, Stargazer Steph.
...activist groups. Which brings me to another funder, George Soros.
Oh, hell yeah. Here we go. Residents created by and for the movement. We're a cooperative run by the organization in the building, including 4-Day Week, Common Knowledge, MedAct, Migrants' Rights Network, People's Drop, Rosa Luxemburg, World Transform, We Smell Gas, At Bill Change, Green New Deal. This is just Pelican House stuff. Hey, PBP. And hello, Wicked Trunks. This is just Pelican House stuff. I don't know why she's like moved on. Rosa Luxemburg.
Yeah, and it's based at Pelican House, where you also have lots of different activist groups.
Okay, so now she is actually bringing up the activist groups. Okay.
To another funder, George Soros.
Okay.
And he funds something called the Renters Union.
She's bringing up tenants unions. Okay. Brilliant. London Renters Union mentioned. Hell yeah, let's go.
Which is, at the very least, registered to Pelican House.
Yes, that's because that's where their head office is. That's why that's what that is.
And there are lots of other activist groups registered that I haven't looked into all of their funding, but, you know, anything, the activist groups, if they just need a base, they go there.
Uh-huh. This is correct. This is correct stuff. But the Soros stuff, I'm interested to see. I'm interested to see where she gets the George Soros connection in there.
Another organisation that's registered to Pelican House is, I'm going to make this box here, is an incubator, largely called...
Incubator?
Common Knowledge.
Wait, what? What do you mean, incubator?
Shockingly, when I tell you what it does, it's had national lottery funding.
Uh-huh.
So the Common Knowledge, which is based at Pelican House.
Yep.
It has worked with Novara Media before, by the way.
That's how you know they're evil.
Essentially gives activist groups the technology, the resources to...
Yep, Common Knowledge gave Great Manchester Tenants Union a laptop for our Harper Hay branch, you know?
up. You know, what the socialist superbloc ultimately wants is for young people, because they are perceived as attractive, like, listen to the youth, they know best. They want them to set up their own...
What do you mean seen as attractive? What do you mean by that?
...activist groups. But obviously a lot of these people have never done that. It's hard setting up a group or a company. So they need incubators like the Common Knowledge.
Vagina.
We summoned a boy.
Krill, thank you so much for £25. Thank you for subbing off Twitch. Thank you for supporting the stream. Legend. Absolute fucking legend. Chat, we're nearly at halfway to the month goal. Yeah? Great fucking work. Now, it is a little bit over halfway through the month. So, I would like to see us end today at around, you know, 350. Yeah? That'd be great. Because then we could do name 100 women. Then I have to name 100 women. And everyone will enjoy that, won't they? Yeah? This is the usual, no one could ever be left-wing, they must have been tricked. Yeah, that's what she's getting at. That is what she's getting at. Okay. There's the platform. I'll go and get him in a second. Soros hasn't paid me in years. My life is in shambles. You must refocus your efforts pushing for such communist policies as progressive tax schemes and funding schools. That's true. This is very, very true. Yeah, her subtitles are impossible to read as well, yeah.
You're going to teach them how to set up a payroll, for instance. How to...
Yeah, this is... There's nothing sinister about this. It's just... This is just important stuff that you can, like, get help with. Also, you know, she's saying that Common Knowledge are like preying on young people who don't know what they're doing and getting them to set up a leftist organization, when a lot of what Common Knowledge do is just provide support to already existing activist organizations. It's so fucking funny, dude. This is just great.
Protests, you know, how to make sure they coordinate it well. So that's there, funded. So Rosa Luxemburg, I believe Rosa Luxemburg has contributed to it, and also the National Lottery.
Bring in Soros.
So it will be helping.
Bring in Soros immediately.
Here. At the same time, so you've got masses, not necessarily all meeting at the Rosa Luxemburg.
Okay, let me go and get the boy.
But what the left does is it produces thousands, I'm going to say, of activist groups, hundreds at least, probably thousands, because the left constantly want to create the impression of noise. You know, noise distorts perception. If you've got lots of activist groups, people think, wow, these ideas are really popular. Okay, and you've got these smaller ones, the kind of small fry ones, but you've also got really big activist groups. So one that's really big is led by donkeys. There's a recently one called Everyone Hates Elon, also called People versus Musk, and the other one is called Stop Trump.
What happened?
And this is going to take me to...
What happened? Led by donkeys? Led by donkeys! She brought up led by donkeys! She thinks the left being fragmented is a deliberate overarching plan. Wait, what? What did she say? Everyone hates Elon. Small fry ones. I'm going to say of activist groups, hundreds at least. What the left does is it produces...
Hundreds at least.
Okay.
Probably thousands. Because the left constantly want to create the impression of noise. You know, noise distorts perception. If you've got lots of activist groups, people think, wow, these ideas are really popular. Okay, and you've got these smaller ones, the kind of small fry ones, but you've also got really big...
This is what the right wing does, by the way. This is what the right wing does, by the way. What she's talking about is astroturfing. Astroturfing support. Like, the reason that people think that reform are popular is because they constantly do press releases, statements, announcements. They've got loads of funding. They've got loads of money. All this kind of stuff. and you know, right-wing, I guess, philanthropists, you could say. They're not really philanthropists because all they really want to do is spend more money to make more money. But won't find anything else down there. They're all up here. They're all up here, mate. Well, okay, he's gonna be on that bit, I guess. And yeah, like right-wing philanthropists, so-called philanthropists, will also fund right-wing activist groups like Britain First, Unite the Kingdom Rally, yada yada yada. Not to mention all the Israeli Zionist groups, the you know, lobby groups that fucking fund this stuff as well. You know, she's just it's total projection. It's total fucking projection.
Activist group. So one that's really big is Led by Donkeys. There's
Led by Donkeys is not an activist group. Led by Donkeys is a group of people who make content. They're a YouTube channel. They're a fucking YouTube channel.
One called Everyone Hates Elon. Also called People versus Musk. And the other one...
the terrifying, insidious plot to do vaguely funny bits. That's what I mean. Like, what are you on about? She thinks that Led by Donkeys is look, Led by Donkeys do activism, right? Technically, because they say things, they do things like project an image onto, you know, big buildings in London and stuff like that, and they make content. But it's so funny that they're like, it's an activist group. It's kind of just performance art. I do think it's part of activism, absolutely. But she was just saying activist groups in the sense of, you know, these are people who like go out and do protests and stuff. And they don't really do that. You can't really just sort of paint everybody with the same brush like that. You know what I mean?
It's called Stop Trump. And this is going to
We're an activist group. Yeah, apparently activism. This is great. That makes me feel so much better, actually, about being a Twitch streamer, because apparently, according to her, I'm an activist.
Activists up here. I'm going to list some activists.
Yeah, the boys here, Crescent.
One activist that fronted Stop Trump is Zoe Gardner. We're going to leave her there and come back to her.
Zoe Gardner is a journalist! She's a journalist! The one activist who fronted Stop Trump is Zoe Gardner. She's a journalist.
But how do these groups, so Everyone Hates Elon, how do they get publicity? Well, this brings me back to left-wing media. And of course, there's a lot of left-wing media, but some really big players, Novara Media, which gets, to reiterate, gets grants from Rosa Luxemburg Stiftung. It's had at least...
Like, to be clear, I know that Zoe Gardner does activism in the sense that we all do activism, right? But it's just really reductive and embarrassing, and she's just reaching for things, right? She's reaching for things where she could say, oh yeah, this person is like the leader of an activist movement and stuff. And it's like, I don't think that Zoe Gardner is doing any kind of like, you know, leading of any groups. She's certainly like a figure and an influencer, and, you know, does a lot of great research, you know. But I just think it's absolutely mad to just be like, stop Trump, that's Zoe Gardner.
One grant I've seen on its website, and they are massively publicizing the Greens at the moment. You know, you got to remember, as I say, the Green, it's about the Green-Red Alliance. So they've just pivoted from Corbynism to backing the Greens and Zach Polanski instead. Sorry,
it is unfair of me to say that Zoe Gardner is just a journalist. She is actually a campaigner and a commentator on UK immigration and asylum policy. So she is kind of right about that. I think I was thinking about Marina Purkis, but I could be wrong about that. I could be... Is Marina... Now I'm starting to question everything I know. Is Marina Purkis a... She's a British political commentator. Okay, I thought that she was a journalist. All right, okay, I'm learning things. Wait a minute, what? I saw Warrington mentioned then. Warrington? Oh, no, it's just a name. Okay, all right, doesn't matter. Abby just updated my Wikidata page so you can put Sophie from Mars into name 100 women now. Cool. Well, I'm not going to do that because that would be a cheat. So someone else can do that. But I will be going straight from the top of my dome and naming 100 women without any help from chat. Okay? If we get to £50 donated today, which we're not at yet, we are currently at £30. Wait, what is that? £35. Hang on. £35. And then 1 and 2 subs. £37.50, right? So whatever we need to get to £50, which I think is £12.50. Is it £12.50 to get to £50? Yeah, £12.50. If we get £12.50, I'm going to name 100 women. So there you go.
And everyone hates Elon. You may remember this activist group was putting up posters around London in bus stops against Elon Musk.
Yep.
And they were always captured by Novara Media or Politics Joe, because these are left-wing media. And Politics Joe,
whoa, left-wing media covers left-wing ideas and left-wing... Oh my God.
A sister publication with it is called The London Economic.
No, yeah, but my point still stands, right, Emmy? Like Zoe, like you said, Zoe Gardner is someone who has experience in campaigning for and doing research about migration, immigration, etc. But it is still reductive what she said, which is that like Zoe Gardner is an activist who does stop Trump, right? She does so much more than that. That's the point I was trying to make, right?
The London Economic says it's part of the Joe family. So you will see its output is really similar.
No, yeah, the board is looking really hinged. It's looking really normal and really hinged.
It, it hates Tories. It hates reform. It will promote Zach Polanski. It will promote socialist issues. Socialist issues are going to be things like, obviously there's going to be a pro-Gaza.
She's saying the London Economic? Okay.
The Palestine stance. Public ownership of water, something they're pushing quite a lot at the moment. Wealth tax. They don't like the monarchy. Pro-EU, which sounds confusing because Corbyn is not meant to be that.
She knows more than I think we were giving her credit for at the start. Someone who makes a video like this is often someone who is like totally brainwormed, but I think she's on point about some stuff. She's right. Corbyn is not a fan of the EU. But the funny thing is the reason that she can't figure that out in her head is because she's like, wait, aren't these lefties all the same? Aren't they all the same? The way that she says Gaza is insanely posh. Yeah, but the way she says everything is insanely posh. She's really posh. She is just dead posh. She's probably from Kent or Bath or something.
That big a fan of the EU, but let me just, from the patterns I've spotted, there just is a very strong wing of EU activism within the socialist bloc. You have to remember there are like lots.
Why is she just showing a screenshot of Femi on Zach Polanski's podcast? What's going on?
Different factors at bay, like the EU is pro-open borders.
No! Now she's getting stuff wrong.
Which the socialist blob are. And also Soros is a strong advocate of the EU. So there are there are littered reasons.
The EU literally has a zone called the Schengen Zone, which is a closed border. Like, come on, man. Like,
why there's a convergence, if you have a Venn diagram, between EU activism and the socialist superbloc. Leaving that aside, so these are some examples of left-wing media. There are plenty more. Then you also have kind of small fry media. So one example is something called Pod Save the UK.
Okay.
It's a podcast that the other day I said on Twitter, I don't know who on earth listens to this podcast.
That's because you don't know anyone left wing. That's all that means. That's all that means. And by the way, not entirely left wing. Nish Kumar and This other person, Coco Khan, I don't know who she is. I've never listened to her other than I've seen some clips from Pod Save the UK. These guys are liberals. They're just liberals. You know what I mean? It's like you're going to find most people in the UK who are just kind of normies, who are a bit left-wing. If they listen to podcasts, they'll probably listen to Pod Save the UK, right? And they listen to it because Coco Khan is probably a comedian as well, because Nish Kumar is a comedian. I imagine that's the attractive bit of it that sells it to people, right? It's not just liberal politics, but you're also getting, you know, a bit of professional comedy going on with some comedians doing some improv, right? You know, it's lib as fuck, just like the US Pod Save America. Well, exactly, it's the same fucking. I'm certain it's the same company that do Pod Save America, Pod Save the UK, right?
By Nish Kumar and Coco Khan. And the engagement is very low on Twitter and YouTube, indicating low listener levels.
What? The engagement is very low on Twitter and YouTube.
And YouTube indicating low listener levels.
No, go to podcast platforms. What do you mean? You can't. That's cherry picking data. You can't be doing that.
I personally think it's just to pump out propaganda. There's a US version of this podcast as well, and its backers are ex-Barack Obama staffers. And you've got to remember the US is always in the background.
I remember Nish being on Trash Future a few times, so I can't imagine he's as right-wing as the Pod Save US people. No, I wasn't saying that. I was saying that he's liberal, and Trash Future is also a liberal podcast, so... yeah.
In regards,
they're liberals. Like, they're not. You know what I mean? It's a podcast for normies who are like, you know, what if Keir Starmer used an app? You know,
national socialism, and there's a lot of foreign interference actually from the US. You know, I've got George Soros in my diagram, for instance, who funds.
This is great, by the way. This is great. No connection to George Soros at this point.
The Barack Obama Foundation, and then you get their ex-staffers, the Barack Obama link to the UK.
What?
They just interfere everywhere.
They just interfere everywhere. That's the link. They just interfere everywhere, so that's how you know. That's how you know. I love how, like, Pod Save the UK is in its own box, but media... was she just, like, worried about rubbing out a bit of the box and making it bigger to put Pod Save UK in it? I don't understand.
Examples on my Substack. So Pod Save the UK.
Yeah.
Like I say, I don't know if that many people actually listen to it, but it just serves to clip. It gives what the left really like doing is creating sound bites and material that can be flooded onto X again to create the chorus. Everyone's talking about this and that. Oh, look.
Yeah, famously, Twitter's really good for promoting left-wing opinions. Famously, I reach every single one of my 6,000 followers on Twitter, right? Because before Elon Musk took Twitter, you know, I was on 6,000 followers on Twitter. I said something about Elon Musk. I can't remember what it was. No, I didn't. I said something about Tony Blair. I won't tell you what it was because I just think it's irrelevant and it's definitely not something that would be terms of service. And I got banned, and then I got unbanned because I said, please, Mr. Elon, please, I think you're amazing. Let me have my account back. And then I got my account back. And then ever since then, have never got the reach that I used to get. Like, I used to be able to tweet stuff and it would just be like, just talk a shit, and I would get 100 likes. You know what I mean? And it's just not there. It's just not there anymore. I thought free speech was legal on Twitter. I think that's why I got unbanned. I think that Elon forgot for a minute that free speech comedy is legal on Twitter again.
They're all talking about a wealth tax. So these little podcasts help.
Oh, yeah. There he is. There's our boy. There he is.
To do that. And then you've also got like lots of Twitter accounts. So Stats for Left.
Please. Please say that Gary Stevenson is on the left. I need you to do that. I need you to do that for my men's mental health.
And then you've also got like lots of Twitter accounts. So Stats for Lefties.
Stats for Lefties is so good. It's so good that they included Eleonora on this.
Socialist opera singer.
What? Who?
Farouk. I've written about him quite extensively.
He's a fucking liberal! This guy is a liberal! I don't know who... Eleonora is a communist, right? At least. I know that she's a communist. I know she's super left-wing, right? But Farouk is a fucking painful liberal piece of fucking shit. He loves the Labour Party still. She is hella Twitter brain. That's all this is.
He clips up a lot of left-leaning material.
He clips up a lot of left-leaning material, like what? It's a tax on assets of 1%, 10 million. Zach Polanski talking about a wealth tax.
These people, again, help to flood X with...
He pays for Twitter. He's got a blue check mark. He pays for Twitter.
Also, Blade of the Sun, they help to flood X.
Blade of the Sun! This is another liberal fucking account, honestly.
With socialist material, you probably, if I list out their names to you, you're probably thinking like, I don't know who that is. But if you saw,
she's self-aware. She knows that this is proper Twitter brain rot.
Handle, and you probably just regularly seeing them, but not taking it in when they flood the internet with all these takes, and that's
they flood the internet with these takes. Yes, they do.
Propaganda is so innocuous. And then let's go over to activists, which is one of my favorite things to write about, actually. So some of the activists, these activists are sort of the grassroots wing.
Grassroots.
Because they're meant to look like, so it's like Grace Blakely, Gary Stevenson, Zoe.
Gary Stevenson, yes! She said Gary Stevenson's an activist. Girl, he's never been outside in his life. What do you mean? He's an investment banker. Come on. Come on.
The immigration expert. And the impression that's meant to come from these activists is like...
Gary Stevenson, activist. Gary Stevenson, grassroots activist.
The grassroots, you know, they're young revolutionaries. They were sitting in their bedroom and they were just so thinking about the system and how unjust it is. And then they just suddenly became famous and got a book out.
Please unpack that for a minute. Unpack what you just said for a minute. Oh my god! Just do a little bit of thinking. Mate! As far as I can tell, he advocates for the previous social programs we used to have because the shit that's going on now is destroying the system. No, he doesn't advocate for any previous social program. All he advocates for is a wealth tax. That's all he advocates for. He doesn't advocate for anything else. He doesn't understand how if you have a wealth tax and that's all you have, things could still get worse. Like, he does not get that. He fundamentally, all he talks about is waffle about economics, which actually he doesn't know anything about, right? And secondly, he just says, he says, I want the Labour Party to be good again, right? But for him, the Labour Party being good is just having a wealth tax. It's not stopping all the talk about migration. Like, you know, he's got a video. I've looked at Gary's content all last year, right? All last year, we looked at loads of Gary fucking economics videos, and he's literally got videos where he's like, we shouldn't call reform voters racist and shit like that. And then when people call him out on it, he's just like, nah, what you on about? Why are you being woke? You know, he's just not a great guy. He's not a great guy. I'll tell you something. You want to talk about potential psyops. Gary Stevenson is a fucking psyop, without a shadow of a doubt. I've decided. He is a fucking MI5 psyop. they were like, there's this investment banker that I know, and he loves money. So we should give him some fucking MI5 money, and he can tell people that a wealth tax is the best thing to campaign on. And then everyone will just ask for a wealth tax, and they'll leave the landlords alone, won't they? The landlords, they won't put the rent up, will they? Once a wealth tax happens, they won't subsidize their own taxes being raised by increasing the rent, will they? They won't do that. You don't have to think about that, do you? Grocery stores, supermarkets, they won't put their prices up, will they, if a wealth tax goes up? That won't happen, will it? You know what I mean?
But most of them have had training at something
It's his only fucking position, and it's shit.
Network. Neon for short. Also worth saying that Gary Stevenson links to a US movement, patriotic millionaires, and the tax justice.
Gary, is it because what he did? She said Gary Stevenson links to a US movement, patriotic millionaires, Washington, D.C. Yeah, man. This sounds really left-wing. This sounds really left-wing.
This network movement, which wants a wealth tax, which is ultimately a socialist policy.
It's socialism. A wealth tax is socialism.
So you're having all these ideas pushed simultaneously, and you're meant to think it's unrelated, but it's all part of the blob. So
it's all part of the blob.
Neon, to come back to this, I call it Soros School as a joke.
Soros School.
The funders, but you've also got Quakers. Quaker foundations are a really common source of funding for the left. It's almost like the piggy bank. You could, if you were a left-wing Marxist and you were like, oh, I really need funding, someone would be like, well, why don't you try the Joseph Rowntree Reform Trust or Barrow Cadbury or anything. There are a lot of Joseph Rowntree, that's Quakers, different versions of that name, Joseph Rowntree Charitable Trust Foundation. They've all got lots of money. Legacy Foundation, you know, from the Quakers who founded them. Anyway, je digress.
Je digress. This motherfucker just said, je digress. Stargazer Seth, thank you so much for subscribing with Prime. Thank you very much. Hey, Gomya Mama, Quaker oatmeal funds my sect. Yeah, exactly. Je digress is crazy.
So Neon, with all this funding, it trains up activists.
Krill with the gifted sub to Gomya Mama.
Hostile panel training. There's an example of.
Okay. We definitely need a break from this rot. It's time for a hype train. You know the score, chat. For the duration of the hype train, we will be listening to some cool tunes with a political message. And the longer you keep it going, the longer we listen to tunes. Emmy with the Prime sub. Let's fucking go. 4 minutes 20.
What's up?
Krill, thank you for the 53 bits. Emmy, thank you for the Prime sub for 4 months. Krill, thank you for giving the sub to Gummy Mama. Stargazer Steph, thank you for the Prime sub.
What's up?
Krill with the 10 pack. Let's go. And we've unlocked Name 100 Women. I'm gonna name 100 women on stream after the hype train. Chud Destroyer, thank you for the 10 bits. Let's go. Everybody, enjoy your ad-free viewing and your emotes. Chat, we've just unlocked women. Name of the tune, by the way, Bashar Murad. And the name of the tune is Intifada on the Dance Floor. Alright, chat, we're at level 4. We got 4 minutes and 45 left. Who hired you rhymes with what the fuck in Arabic? Yeah, that's what we're learning. Hey, Planet Mushy.
الموسيقى ارفع ايديك حرك اجريك كسر كل الحواجز البت سكر عليك ما تفكر هون ما في حدود فك القيود كل شي موجود متوفر مين ما بتكون شمعنا الجنوب شمعنا الجنوب منرحب رنوا الالارم دقوا الجراس وين الانذار نبهوا الجيران المكان رح يقلب انتفاضة انتفاضة on the dance floor.
Come on.
Don't stop, give me more. ايدينا فوق على الصوت.
Hey, Rap Freak, what's up?
عالساحة عنا معركة بنضل نزيد الحركة بنضل نزيد الحركة والباقي طلع البركة ما تسألني كيف وليه عالساحة بنعمل دولة.
We got 2 minutes 53. 2 minutes 50 left on the hype train chat. You want to keep it going? Give someone in the chat a sub, drop some bits. You know the score.
انتفاضة on the dance floor. انتفاضة. Don't stop, give me more. انتفاضة. انتفاضة on the dance floor. Don't stop, give me more.
All right. Next up, we've got a little bit of this. Gotta lose you. Do want to know what tunes I play on the hype train? Join the Discord and you'll find out. All right, I suppose I'm doing it then. Let's go. Name 100 women. You wanted it. You paid for it. It's happening. Let's get some tunes on while we do it. They're not the hype train tunes, but they are still tunes. So, this is what we're doing. All right, chat. So, no, sorry. I will not be naming any of the names that people put in the chat before I put it in emote only mode. I'm sorry, but there will be no helping. So I appreciate the help, Chud Destroyer. But I'm going to be doing this on my own, okay? All right, so let's get started. Let me think. Wait, what? They don't have Marsha Johnson? Yep, they do. Who else do we got? Fucking hell. This is where it gets difficult. I'm trying to think of women of color activists, right? That's who I'm trying to think of. Layla Khaled, Angela Davis, Harriet Tubman, Sasha Kerr, Bernice King, Barry Bush, Tony Wilson, Bill Hicks, Marsh P. Johnson. And you see, I could have just pulled Rosa Parks out, but Chud Destroyer already spoiled that. So, you know. Will this work? No. Okay, let's go back to that. Let's go for American politicians. So, sadly, that's just the first one that was in my head. Sorry about that. Will that work? If I'd have to do it like that, right? Okay. And Labe, Ilhan Omar, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, Nancy Pelosi, no. Is it spam? Is it literally Spamberger? Okay, no, I just don't know what that person's... I think I'm getting that person's first name wrong. Who else do we got? Will it let me have... Yep. Will it let me have... Will it let me have... Oh god, what's her face? Shit. I know what chat we're talking about now. When they were saying, I'm seeing faces but not remembering names. What the fuck is her name? Oh my god. Obviously, you're not going to be able to tell me who it is, but I'm thinking of the fucking mayor of LA, and I'm like, what is her name? Oh my god. It's like something fish. I'm wrong. That's not what that is. That's not what her name is at all. Okay, let's move on. Who else can I think of? Okay, old school. We're going old school. American women politicians. Nancy fucking Reagan. What's George Bush's wife? What was George fucking Bush's wife called? Betty Bush. No, it's not that. Betty Bush. Laura Bush? It's Laura Bush. Yeah. And then, obviously, Hillary. We gotta get her in there. We've gotta get, we've got to get Turncoat Tulsi in there. CIA Tulsi. We have got to get. Oh, mamma mia. Hey, that dude, Zoo. How you doing? And hello, Aslan. Welcome in. Turncoat Tulsi, Hillary Clinton, Elizabeth Warren. There's got to be more that I can name in, like, politics in the US. Sure there is. Marjorie Taylor Greene. Is it with an E? No. Fucking hell. What the fuck? Hey, Parkour's Language, thank you so much for the raid. Everybody go and show some love to Parkour's Language. Sorry, we are just in emote-only mode because I am currently naming 100 women and you're not allowed to give me any fucking hints, okay? So, welcome in. If you don't know me, my name is djmuel. I'm a political streamer from the UK. I look at the news, I look at the geopolitics events, and assess those and analyze those from a left-wing, communist, anti-imperialist perspective. So that's who I am. Everybody, please go follow Parkour's Language. How are you doing? It's good to see you. I hope you had a great stream. All right. Who am I missing here? Marjorie Taylor Greene. Laura Loomer's not a politician. Anyway, Carolyn Levitt. I could name Laura Loomer. I can name her. She's a woman. Laura Loomer. Oh, no. I can't. Okay. She doesn't have a Wikidata page. Carolyn Levitt, Pam Bondi, Christy Noem, Nancy Mace. I'm now thinking about Michelle Obama. And who else am I thinking of? I'm thinking of Melania Trump. I'm also thinking of there is someone else in the House. There's someone else in the Senate. There's a senator. There's a woman senator. Fucking hell. Oh my god, she is like not in the news anymore. She's not in the news anymore. Fuck, what's her name? Oh my god, what is her name? I can see her. I remember what she looks like. I remember her politics. Terrible. She's like Colorado. Okay, fuck it. I'm moving on. She'll come back to me. Oh, motherfucker. Right, okay. Yeah, that's gonna fucking annoy me. Okay, that's that. I'm still trying to figure out who it is. No, it doesn't matter. Okay, let's go on to, like, kind of associated with, oh, shit. Did that work? Wait, did that work? Oh, Candace Owens. It let me have Candace Owens even though I spelled it wrong. Candace Owens. Let's go, like, mildly associated with politics people. Candace Owens. We've got Erica Kirk. Oh, she doesn't have one. Okay, Erica Kirk's not famous enough. These count. Laura Loomer and Erica Kirk counts. They count. They're women. I've named women. It's fucking frustrating, this shit. So Candace Owens, Erica Kirk. Who else do we got? Emma Vigeland. Okay, that counts. What do you mean? Fucking Emma Vigeland is a real woman. Who else do we got? Hey Baldwin, what's up? Oh jeez. That's so fucking annoying that it doesn't let you have Emma Vigeland. Okay, Emma Vigeland. All right, maybe I'm done with America. Maybe I'm moving on to the UK. All right, UK. Here we go. Zara Sultana. That's it. That's all I've got. Shabana Mahmood. We've got the Queen. Why? What do you mean? Is it with one? Yeah, it's with one. Okay, it's with one. One N. Diane Abbott. Princess Di. We'll just chuck her in there because she's someone I remember from Britain. Diane Abbott, Diana. We've also got Belle Ribeiro Addy. Why? Does Belle Ribeiro Addy not have a Wikipedia page? Okay, no, that worked. I must have spelled it wrong. Belle Ribeiro Addy. And then we've also got Dawn Butler. Now we've got Hannah Spencer. And also got Nadia Whittam. We've also got... who else do we got? Unfortunately, Jess Phillips. We've unfortunately also got Yvette Cooper. We've also unfortunately got Rosie Duffield. We have also unfortunately got... What's her name? Bridget Phillipson. We've also unfortunately got my MP. And we have also unfortunately got... Fucking... Let's go over to the other side of the benches. Kemi Badenoch. And alongside Kemi Badenoch, we have Esther McVeigh. And we also have... Are those the only women Tories that I can remember? No, Priti Patel. Suella Braverman switched sides, but it doesn't really matter because they're all still the Tories anyway. It doesn't matter. Suella Braverman, Priti Patel, Esther McVeigh, Kemi Badenoch. Oh, who's that fucking? She said, if you ask me any questions, I'll arrest you. Alex Davies Jones. Okay. Now I want to put in Grace Jones, because she's also a woman. Alex Davies Jones, Grace Jones. Okay, I'm doing politicians. I'm still doing politicians. We got Hannah Spencer, we got Carla Denyer, and we've got Ellie Chowns. And we've got, who was the Carolyn Lucas? Carolyn Lucas. And then will it let me have Jenny Jones, who is a Green Lord? Yes. Wait, what do you mean snowboarder? That's not who she is. That's not who I meant to... Okay, fine. I meant the Green Lord. There's a Green Lord in the House of Lords called Jenny Jones. If I type it again, will it come up with her? No, that's cheating, because it gave me that anyway. Okay, so there we go. We've got Jenny Jones, Carolyn Lucas, Jenny Jones, oh, Mamma Mia, Pizza Pasta, Georgia Maloney. Frida Kahlo. Anne Frank. Okay, I'm not being focused anymore. I'm fucking losing it. Okay, Ash Sarkar. I don't want to name any of the women that lady is naming in this fucking video because that's cheating as well, right? Because she's just mentioned them, and I need to be thinking of these off the top of my dome. Wicker freestyler, stereo, you know? That's what I need to be doing. So there's that. That's that. Yep. Who else? Fucking hell. In British politics. Will it let me do Lucy Connolly? No. Wait, did I spell her name wrong? Oh no. Wait, what? Who's that? 1851 to 1898. I don't even know who that is. Okay, whatever. Next up, we have got... Next up. European Kaya Callas. Ursula von der Leyen. No? No? Okay, Nicholas Sturgeon. Oh my god, what's the fucking president of Ireland called? Catherine Connolly. Catherine Connolly. There you go. Catherine Connolly. If I could get to 60 staying in Europe, that would be great. And not going into, like, you know, famous people like pop stars and stuff. I'll be quite happy with that. Catherine Connolly, Nicholas Sturgeon, Kaya Callas, Lucy Connolly, Ash Sarkar, and Frank Frida Kahlo. What am I thinking of? British politics. Nicholas Sturgeon already got her. Catherine Connolly. Oh, what's her face? Julia Hartley Brewer. Yep. And then we've also got what's her face from LBC. She's a TERF. What the fuck is her name? Oh, I'm totally drawing a blank. You know what I mean, though, innit? That counts. Right, okay, whatever. Let's start doing famous people. Famous artists. Susie Sue. Lady Gaga. Lori Petty. Madonna. Madonna. Who else? That's it. That's all I know. Doichi. Megan the Stallion. Ariana Grande. Fucking hell. Who are the famous people? Katy Perry? I don't know. Katy Perry. Who's an actor that I like? Barbara Crampton. Barbara Crampton. Phoebe. Oh, what the fuck is her name? No, I can't remember. Okay. Barbara Crampton. And Shelley Duvall. And Ingrid Bergman. And Ingrid Bergman. What's her face? John F. Kennedy. Did films. Marilyn Monroe. Okay, let's think about Scream Queens. I've got Shelley Duvall. What's her face? Jamie Lee Curtis. Other Scream Queens. Sydney, what's her face? Oh, what's her name? Sigourney Weaver. But Sydney, what's her face? Sydney, Sigourney Weaver. Who's that fucking AI dickhead? She was like, I spoke to David Lynch and I thought that he loved AI. She was in I'm Only a Cheerleader. Natasha Lyonne. Cherie Blair. Cherie Blair. I don't know why Cherie Blair just popped into my head. Natasha Lyonne. I was thinking of other Scream Queens. What's her face? In fucking Thingy. She's in Natalie Imbruglia. Natalie Portman. But also, that is a female director who did that film that I was thinking of. Whoa, what's the film called? I'm not going to get it by just doing that. That's not going to work. Wendy Carlos. I had Wendy Carlos before. She did the music for The Shining. Wendy Carlos. Wendy Carlos. 21 to go, chat. 21 to go. I said that I would do this in 50 minutes last week, by the way. It's 20 minutes and I've done 79. Wendy Carlos. Sydney. Is it Sydney Blake? Fuck. What is her name? Oh, shit, dude. Wait, is her name even Sydney? It's not Sydney. That's her character. I'm thinking about the lady in Scream. Her name isn't Sydney. Her name's Sydney in the film. Not in real life. Fuck. Okay, let's forget that then. Ida, what's her face? Ida. Okay, I think this is just because I thought of Cherie Blair, but Eva Braun. Wendy Carlos. Who else? Hey, Hunter Biden's bathroom. Welcome in. Let's think about other musical artists as well. Amy Winehouse, Beth Ditto, Azalea Banks. No. Azalea? Is it like that? Azalea Banks? Oh, mate, that counts. Come on, man. Oh, what? Am I really spelling her name wrong? Like that? Azalea Banks. No, that's not right. Azealia. Is it like that? Yeah, okay, there you go. Azealia Banks. Who else do we got? Who else do we got? Who else do we got? Alex Jones. Dawn French. Kate Bush. Wait, why not Dawn French? What are you on about? Oh, Dan French. I put Dan French in. Dawn French. Ulrika Johnson. Carol Vorderman. Wait, what do you mean Ulrika Johnson? Ulrika? Oh, it's because it's Ulrika Johnson. Like that, right? Oh, fuck right off. Ulrika Johnson? Minikanth? Wait, what? What just happened? I don't know who that is, but that counts for my Ulrika Johnson. Whatever the fuck you're on about. Carol Vorderman. Carol Vorderman. Dawn French. Kate Bush. Alex Jones. Azealia Banks. Why am I reading them backwards? Carol Vorderman. Minikanth. Who is that? Oh! Who did Thingy? Who did Thingy? Who did Moomins? She's Finnish? Fuck, what's her name? The Moomin lady. Shit! Oh my god. What is her fucking name? Her name is like a proper fucking Finnish name as well. Oh! Oh, mate, what is her name? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Let's move on. Let's move on. I'm not going to figure that out. There's other women that I could easily name. Okay, here we go. Anne Boleyn, right? We're doing this now. Just in the interest of time. Anne Boleyn. Catherine of Aragon. Is that how you spell it? No. Catherine of Aragon. There you go. Catherine of Aragon. Anne Boleyn. Elizabeth first. Is it just Elizabeth I? Yes. Elizabeth second. We're doing monarchs now. We're doing who else? Who else? India Willoughby. Who else? Katie Price. Who else? I'm losing it. There's 6 to go, chap. 6 to fucking go. Jade Goody. Remember Jade Goody? Rest in peace. Bless her. Jade Goody and what's her face? She's from where I'm from. Fucking Warrington. Atomic Kitten. Oh, fucking hell. What's her name? Fuck it. I'm not gonna get it. Jane Eyre? Is that a real person? What's the fucking hell, it's so hard this. When you get to the last fucking 4. Right, come on, you can fucking do this. It's easy. Helena Bonham Carter. Fucking, who else? Other, actors, actresses. Whoopi Goldberg. Whoopi Goldberg, oh my god, that one that was going crazy a couple of weeks ago. She's a Zionist. Deborah Messing? Eve Paulo? Okay, chat. You're free. Who was I thinking of? Who was I thinking of? I love that you thought of Eva Braun before Thatcher. Yeah, well, we'd already mentioned Thatcher today, so we can't do it. Tove Jansson! Thank you! Yes. Minakan born Ulrika Wilhelmina Johnson. Yeah, but I wasn't thinking of her. Sub 30, yeah. I need you to know there are 2 Green Lords. You missed Shanberry. Jelaine Maxwell. I misspelled Erica Kirk. No Kamala Harris. That's because you were trying to fucking give me a... Oh, no, it wasn't you. Someone in the chat was trying to give me a hint of Kamala Harris. They did the... the struggle for emote. Oh, no, that's not Kamala Harris, is it? Who is that in that emote? I saw that and I was like, well, I can't do that now. It's not Kamala Harris in that emote. Is that Amy Klobuchar in that emote? No, you said Rosa Parks. No, I know you didn't say Kamala. Erica Kirk has 3 Ks. What do you mean? Oh, with the K in the... Yeah. Sorry. 3 Ks, easy to remember. Thank you. There you go. I love Moomin since I was a kid. I was dying. I've also loved Moomin since I was a kid. Yeah, which is why I'm annoyed that I can't remember Tove Janssen's name. There you go. Told you to do it. Named 100 women. So there you go. Me, confirmed, not sexist. Yeah? That's how you know. Now, when anyone says, DJ Mule, don't trust him, he's a misogynist, you could just refer... It doesn't matter what bad things they're accusing me of, anything. Just refer back to this. Obviously, I'm joking. Yeah, and also, chat, you are also confirmed not sexist for giving me money so that I would do this. So there you go. I wanted off. What time did you get? I did it in 27 minutes 30. Cured all misogyny. We destroyed misogyny, chat. It's over. We did it. Also, hi, Kairos. Welcome in. Now name 100 more. Give me another 50 quid and I'll do it again. Give me another 50 quid and I'll do it again. No. Wait. No, it'll be way harder. Give me £100 and I'll do it again. Being able to name 100 women in the Catholic Church will give you an indulgence. You could do anything and not go to hell. Yeah, there you go. There's no way. Impossible mode. Impossible challenge. For real, that was impressive with all the distractions and doing it live. 27 minutes is not bad at all. Thank you very much. I thought it was good. I thought I did a good time. I did it in half the time that I said I was going to do it. Because I said I was going to do thingy, right? I said I was going to do it in 50 minutes and everyone was like, that's 2 women a minute. That's crazy. And people didn't understand that was possible. They said it couldn't be done. Ending with Eve Fartlow seems like a curse. I just reached in the dark. I was like, okay, I've started naming Zionists. Lauren Boebert! Yes, thank you! I was thinking of Lauren Boebert. You got it because I said Colorado, right? As soon as I was like, who is she? She's not even in the news anymore. Sometimes names just hit you from the ether. Yeah, well, what was one of those? What was one of those? Natalie Imbruglia hit me from the ether because I was thinking of Natalie Portman. I don't even know why. You kept misspelling people and not realizing. Well, I think that you were saying that as well, weren't you? When you were doing this, you were like, "Oh, I'm actually struggling spelling with spelling." This was the funniest moment, by the way. What made me say Georgia Maloney was the funniest moment of that entire bit. I could have said any Italian woman, but I just as an expression of angst and annoyance and frustration, I said Mamma Mia Pizza Pasta, and the first name that came to me after that was Giorgia Maloney. Hey Ash, how you doing? Yeah, Spice Girls, I didn't even get there. I didn't even get to the Spice Girls. I didn't even get to that. But do you see the strat, right? Do you see the strat? Do you see the strat that I did? Like, the first 10 that I named were, like, women of color activists, right? The next 10 were, like, Democratic women in politics, right? And then, not necessarily all exactly that. And then it was Republican women in politics, but also then sort of just like right-wing women in general. Then went on to like British women politicians, and then actually went quite fucking heavy on the British women politicians. And then European politicians, and then artists. Do you see what I mean? That's how you do it. That's how you do it. You go in like segments, right? It's a good strat. Mine towards the end was just looking at a letter on the keyboard and thinking of names beginning with it. Yeah, no, you can't let it get to that point. If you let it get to that point, it becomes very upsetting and hard to do, right? Anyway, listen. Not only can I name every country, I can also name 100 women. So now you know, chat. Straight off the top of the dome, freestyler. Rock the microphone. Stereo. Yeah? Okay. The issue is not really not knowing stuff, it's more organizing your thoughts. Yes, correct. Absolutely. I just sat there blank-faced until the name hit me. Every woman, no less. I can name every country, yeah. I can name every country. Do you want me to name every country? Shall I do that now to prove it? Fuck it. I'll just do this for a laugh. I'm not even asked, mate. I'll do this for a fucking laugh. Name every planet. It's not even that I'm a show-off. It's that there's someone in the chat who doesn't believe me. There's someone in the chat who doesn't believe me. Okay, let's go. USA, Canada, Mexico, Guatemala, Puerto Rico. Oh, fucking hell. What's going on there? Puerto Rico's not a country? Wait, what? Has something gone wrong? Oh no, I'm thinking of Costa Rica. Puerto Rico is a country, but it's not recognized. It's not recognized. I'm thinking of Costa Rica. Nicaragua. And then we got Honduras, El Salvador. It's U.S. territory. Yeah. And then Nicaragua, Honduras, El Salvador, Guatemala, Belize, Panama, Ecuador, Colombia, Venezuela, Bolivia, Chile, Ecuador, Bolivia, Chile, and Bolivia. I already did that. Bolivia, Chile, Peru, and you are gay. Uruguay, Paraguay, Brazil, Argentina. What the fuck is that one called? Oh shit, dude. It's next to Venezuela, Guyana. That's it. Guyana and oh fucking hell. I've forgotten one. Okay, I'll come back to that. Trinidad and Tobago, St. Kitts and Nevis, St. Vincent, Barbados, Bahamas, Jamaica, Cuba, Haiti, Dominican Republic, Grenada, and Jamaica, Barbados, Bahamas, St. Kitts. Did I do Jamaica? I did do Jamaica, Dominican Republic, Haiti, St. Kitts. Oh my god. Okay, I fucking fell off with this shit already. There's 3 that I can't remember. Yeah, I'm trusting the chat right now not to spoil me. Guyana and fucking... What is that one next to it? Shit, bro. Okay, well, looks like I fucked it. Let's move on to Europe. UK, Ireland, Norway, Sweden, Finland, Estonia, Russia, Latvia. Hey, I've been dead. What's going on? Welcome in. Latvia, Estonia, Lithuania, Romania, Ukraine, Bulgaria, and Moldova. Moldova, and then Greece, and Turkey, and Cyprus, Greece, Malta, Italy, Spain, Portugal, Andorra, Monaco, France, Netherlands, Luxembourg, Liechtenstein. I don't think I've ever met anyone from Liechtenstein. I don't think I ever have. Italy, Vatican. And then we've got Germany, Denmark, Belgium, Switzerland. And we've got Czechia and Slovakia, Austria. You had a school friend from Liechtenstein? That's pretty cool. Kosovo, Macedonia. North Macedonia, that's fine. Slovenia, Austria, Hungary, Poland, Bulgaria, Austria, Hungary, North Macedonia, and then we got Montenegro, Slovenia, Serbia, Bosnia, and Herzegovina, and then we got Iceland as well. A couple of countries there that I've just not got for some reason. What is that? Serbia, North Macedonia. It's gonna be one of the Balkan states. Switzerland. Did I get Switzerland? I got Switzerland. Belarus. Hungary, Austria, Bulgaria, Romania, Hungary, Italy, Switzerland, Monaco, Vatican. I did Monaco, I did Andorra, I did Vatican, I did Liechtenstein, I did Slovenia, Bosnia Herzegovina, Serbia, Slovenia. Oh, fuck, bro. Did I do Greece? I did Greece. Oh, shit, bro. Bosnia Herzegovina, Serbia, Albania. Fucking Albania. And Czechia. I did Slovakia. Czechia, Slovakia, Germany. I guess I can't. I guess I fucking can't. I fucked it. Albania in North Africa. Yeah, no, it's a fucked up map. It's a completely fucked up map. Oh my god, I've forgotten some of them. I have forgotten some of them. You know what? I'll give you that. I can't name every country. I can't do it. Let's just keep going. I'll go with the ones that I definitely know that I know. That's always a good way to do it. Georgia, Azerbaijan, Turkey, I did that. Iraq, Iran, Syria, Palestine, Jordan, Saudi Arabia, Oman, Yemen, Qatar, Bahrain, Kuwait, got Azerbaijan, got thingy. Yeah. That is UAE. And so that's the Southwest Asia, Azerbaijan, Afghanistan. Did I do Armenia? No. Afghanistan, Turkmenistan, Pakistan, Tajikistan, Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Kyrgyzstan. I'm so impressed I remembered to fucking spell that. Mongolia, China, North Korea, South Korea, boo. Japan, Taiwan, boo. Nepal, Bangladesh, India, Sri Lanka, Bhutan, Cambodia, Myanmar, Thailand, Laos, Vietnam. Did I do Cambodia? Yeah. Philippines. No, it's 2 N's. No? It's 1 L. It's 2 P's. Yes. And then Malaysia. And then Malaysia, Indonesia, Singapore, and oh, I'm gonna fucking kick myself. I can't remember him. Chat, I can't fucking remember him. West Papua, Papua New Guinea. Yep. Singapore, Malaysia, Indonesia, Malaysia, Cambodia. Fuck it, let's just do the islands. Nauru, Kiribati, Marshall Islands, Nauru, Paulu? Is it not that? Paulu? Oh my god, I've forgotten what that one's called. Marshall Islands, Kiribati, Vanuatu, Fiji, Samoa, Nauru. It's Paulu. Oh, it's Palau. Palau, Marshall Islands, Haiti, Samoa, New Zealand, Australia, begins with an M. I'm pretty sure it begins with an M. I can't quite fucking remember though. No, I fucked it, chat. I totally thought I could fucking remember all of these, but I just can't. Oh, that's so annoying. Let's do Africa. Cabo Verde. I've only got 3 minutes left to go. Shit, I gotta be quick. Oh my god, I gotta be quick. Mali, Niger, Nigeria, Burkina Faso, Gambia, Gabon, Sao Tome and Principe, Libya, Morocco, Egypt, Tunisia, Algeria, Sierra Leone, Cote d'Ivoire, Guinea-Bissau, Guinea, Sierra Leone, Liberia, Algeria, Mali, not gonna get it. I'm not gonna get it. Okay, fuck it. I'm moving on. Chad, Somalia, Central African Republic, Sudan, South Sudan, Ethiopia, and Eritrea, Djibouti. If I could spell it right, Djibouti, Maldives, Mauritius, Comoros, Maldives, Mauritius, Madagascar, Ethiopia, Kenya, Uganda, Rwanda, Mozambique, Tanzania, Uganda, Rwanda, Burundi, and fucking hell, Lesotho, South Africa, Eswatini, Angola, Zimbabwe, Malawi, Angola, Congo, Republic of Congo, Democratic DRC, yeah. Malawi, Zimbabwe, Angola. Well, you know what, chat? I can't remember them. I've missed some. I can't remember what they are. That's embarrassing. I need to get better. I need to be better as a person. I'm ready to be accountable for the wrongs that I've done in the community. But it will tell me, I think, in a bit what I've fucked up on. But I'm still going to try and get it in the last 30 seconds. Guinea-Bissau, Nigeria, Mauritania. Yeah, Mauritania. Cote d'Ivoire. I think I did Cote d'Ivoire. That's fine. Cote d'Ivoire, Central African Republic. Uganda. Still quite fucking good, though. Yeah, considering I've not done this in like 2 months. Great effort. Thank you, chat. Okay, what did I miss? Croatia, San Marino, fucking Lebanon. I forgot Lebanon. That fucking sucks. Antigua and Barbuda, St. Lucia, and Suriname. Senegal, Togo, Benin, Cameroon, Equatorial Guinea. There's like 4 Guineas, I always forget. Seychelles, Zambia, Namibia, Botswana. Israel doesn't count, so whatever. Brunei, Micronesia, Tuvalu, Tonga, Solomon Islands, and Timor-Leste. Well, there you go. All right. There you go. Was you dreaming while I was doing that? He was having a little dream, wasn't he? Listen, don't think about the fact that I just failed. Look at this. Just forget about that. Thank you for all the money today, chat. Thank you for all the support. We just had the trivia stun lock because you all gave me a bunch of money. So that was fun, wasn't it? See, stuff like that happens. Now let's get back to this.
Show you of an MP going through it before she became an MP.
Hey, Jenny.
She was trained by Ash Sarkar of Navara Media, hostile panel training. So Neon is training them up, making sure they're ready, and also it has, if activists want,
I always miss Israel on purpose, Bellatrix, yeah.
It has scripts showing them how to plug ULEZ and whatnot. So once they're ready, you know,
everybody go and follow Aslan Silva.
They can go onto the air, they can go and do left-wing media. So they're all ready. Another wing of activism is something called the Movement Forward. Now, this is a little bit harder to put on the socialist map because it's a movement. You might have seen me talk. It's Carol Vorderman, Femi Oluwale,
She just said fucking Carol Vorderman is part of the broader left.
Marina Purkis.
They have scripts telling them how to plug ULEZ and all that. Incredible scenes. Okay, Marina Purkis mentioned.
Basically, there are lots of members of this movement forward, and they're kind of meant to be like the more glam wing of activism. They are separate to how the rest of this is coordinated, but I'm very much noticing them pushing socialist talking points, and they also link to EU activism. And
she's already put this on the screen. She's already used this screenshot before.
You're seeing people like Carol Vorderman pushing best.
Can't read those subtitles.
It's had millions from Soros.
Whoa, what are you talking about? People like Carol Vorderman, what?
Carol Vorderman pushing Best for Britain, which is funded by, it's had millions from Soros. And
what do you mean, Best for Britain funded by Soros? What do you mean? Is this not fucking Royal Bank of Scotland? Is this not like a Royal Bank of Scotland initiative? Like, look at that. It's got the fucking Royal Bank of Scotland fucking logo. Published and promoted by Carrie Mitchell on behalf of Best of Britain. The campaign named Best of Britain Limited, registered at Cornell. Registered company. It's a limited company. What is the Soros thing? What do you mean this? Can you get funders? You should be able to find funders, right? Oh no, because it's a limited company. They don't need to tell you who funds them. Vote is the powers of tools, persuade those in power, change minds, change politics, whatever, man. Who cares? It's all bollocks. It's all bollocks. It doesn't matter. Saying that fucking Carol Vorderman is on the fucking Soros payroll is absolutely mental. It is. It's fucking mad scenes. What are you on about?
Amy Olawale has also worked for Best for Britain. Which
what do you mean worked for? Do you mean hired by, or do you mean like in what capacity? In what capacity?
So that's something that I need to investigate more. You know,
you're telling me. You're telling me. She said it, chat. She said it.
I just know that there's this propaganda wing, and it's almost, and Farouk also promotes out their content and networks with them.
This is so good, dude. That might not even be him. That might not even be him.
So, that looks beautiful, doesn't it? I just wanted to get everything.
Okay, at least she recognizes that it looks really bad. It's very aesthetically unpleasing.
Down on paper. Also, unions. I haven't really slotted them in, but.
Also, the absolutely key part, the bread and butter of left-wing activism and coalition unions, haven't really fit them in. But never mind. Yeah, you were too busy putting the Lib Dems in.
They're another big part of the socialist super bloc. They're always on Novara Media.
They're always on Novara Media.
And Politics Joe.
Yeah, they're always on Novara Media and Politics Joe. That's how you know that they're a big part of the socialist super bloc.
So, yeah, I just wanted to get that all down, and let me know what you think in the comments.
I did it. I let her know what I think. I let her know what I thought in the comments. I particularly like the bit when you said Carol Vorderman was funded by George Soros. Okay. Well, that's the end of that. What else have we got? I think we've got some good stuff to look at. Yes, we've got some good stuff to look at. The first thing being this. What are the comments? You want to see the rest of the comments? No, you want to see this first. You want to see this first. Andy Churnweller here asking a really important question. Who is the Chode King?
Woke up this morning, now I'm playing the blues. My wife left me cause she couldn't stand my views. I don't care, I just post all day. Too busy tweeting to ask her to stay. My blood pressure is rising to the top. So much tweeting, I ain't never gonna stop. Doctor says, son, you need some rest. But I just type another spicy gist. Don't need loving, don't need a thing. Hey, check me out, I'm the Chode King. Don't need my wife or a wedding ring.
Legends of Chode.
Check me out, I'm the Chode King. I'm the Chode King. Wake up this morning, I'm already hot.
New Hype Train song, yeah, true.
Scrolling what I got. Coffee going cold, but the takes are fresh. Firing up posts, I'm the best on X. Neighbor knocking, say, man, go outside. But I got a thread that's 10 tweets wide. Sun going down, but my screen's still aglow. Got 1,000 strangers saying where to go. Alarm clock ring, but I've been up all night. Dropping truth bombs in the pale.
Fucking yeah, mate.
My phone might ring, but as long as I'm tweeting, I'm the Chode King.
Hell yeah, Omid Jalili in there is so good. That's a pertinent one. That's a pertinent contemporary chode that we're all learning about. You want me to take a look at the comments on this video? Let's have a look. Where is she? Where is she? I have no idea who all these people are, not gonna lie. You will have seen them on the stream at some point, I promise you. This was how this started, by the way. This is so good. She started with the greens on the board. It was so good. All right, let's have a look. You'll never see Panorama or Newsnight doing investigative journalism that looks into things like this. The journalists nowadays are of the same opinion as the government that the main terrorist threats is from the far right. I remember the Musk attacks. It was the same time his dealerships started burning down and his customers were being attacked. This second part didn't happen. Great, Charlotte. I keep telling others about the left. Now I can share this. Brilliant work, Charlotte. How the left is organized is so important to know how to cut off their funding and beat them. I mean, that's true. That is certainly true. Great, well-researched video. Also well done for holding a whiteboard, talking, and writing at an angle all at the same time. I think I'd struggle. Bro, what? Well done for holding a whiteboard, talking and writing at an angle at the same time. I think I'd struggle. Do you think that... Okay, alright. Do you think that this bit... I think that this bit is just misogyny, right? I think that he's called Russell Hunter. He's probably 75 years old, right? He's watching this YouTube channel and he's like, well done, a woman, for doing some things. And then he went, oh, maybe that does sound a bit sexist. I should add on the end, I think I'd struggle. Or does he genuinely think he'd struggle at doing this? What do you mean? That's basically your comment. It could be someone having a laugh too. It could be. Very informative video, thank you. Another problem overlooked by the right is how left the Tory wets are. They would form an alliance with the Greens, Labour and the Lib Dems. Yes, if you're insane enough to think that the Greens and Labour and the Lib Dems would ally, then yes, you're insane enough to think that the Tories would ally with them as well. That's completely ridiculous. What are you fucking on about? When you look at the turnout of 47.5 voted, the majority did not vote. 52.5. If these people voted, things would not be the same. Okay. You're telling me the people who were apathetic enough not to vote would have definitely voted for reform. That's what you're saying. Some great analysis here. Interestingly, the old militant HQ of the 80s was in Bethnal Green. Maybe Pelican House is the decendant. Yeah. Yeah. This is This video is genuinely hilarious. You present a bunch of actual grassroots movements and independent groups in a negative light, while actually proving the grip that the right media have over the space. Pretty much everything you critiqued applies to the right tenfold. Now we're getting into the comments that disagree with her. You need to construct a police department crime board with mugshots, scene of crime photos, pins and string. Rupert Lowe should be made aware. What do you mean? Thank you, fantastic overview and exposure to these people. Let's hope more people get to see you work and channel. Fantastic work. Keep it up. Love to see what you do next. That comment was written by AI. What are you talking about? Holy crap, this is some serious research here. Props to Charlotte. The reason the commies need this mad network is because their ideas are all fundamentally in opposition to human nature and can't win a simple debate. Okay. Slime Green. That's great. See, if capitalism worked in favor of anyone, you wouldn't see any of this. Wait, what? Is that a based comment? I can't tell. Zach Polanski, Jeremy Corbyn, but with even worse teeth. Yeah, you got him. Yeah, you got him. Okay, well, those are the comments. Those are the comments on that video. I hope you all enjoyed that. We got some good news now, chat. It's time for some good news. First bit of good news. This came out last week. The Aftershock reporting that HSBC has dumped over 95% of its shareholding in Israel's largest weapons producer, Elbit Systems, worth nearly $8 million fucking dollars. Let's go. This came after Direct Action Group People Against Genocide targeted over a dozen branches. Hell yeah, let's fucking go. The group vows to continue until HSBC fully divests. That's how you do it. Direct Action gets the goods. Also, incredibly good that this happened while Israel is at war. Incredibly, even more important that this has happened while Israel is at war. So, you know, that's some great news. Some other great news as well. People in South Burlington, VT. What's VT, chat? I don't know where that is. Stepping up to stop ICE from raiding a house they don't have a warrant for. We need more of this. Hats off to the community. Let's take a little look at this video. I think there's some distressing scenes. Oh, Vermont. That's near me. Can you see, chat, how easy it was, right? how easy it was to push these guys out. All that happened was people got... There was a bit of a fracas. I think we missed that in the video. They're like pushing people and shit. Trying to get him away from the car. I think that's what's happening. And then what easily happened is they all just kind of crowded around him to the point where you just can't really fucking move or do anything. They can't really carry out an arrest here. Do you see these two people separating him from the person that they were probably threatening with arrest? They didn't put their hands on him, they just put their bodies there. Milk with Dignity is a migrant farm labor campaign. Hell yeah. Hey, ground level news, what's up? They threw down so hard for so long, yeah. The whistle is just to like fucking annoy him. You know? There are various different tactics to get people out of where they are at the moment, and one of them is to make a really loud, annoying noise. Do you know what I mean? And like, it's not... The whistle is not going to psychologically affect people who are there to defend against ICE, because they know that the whistle is on their side, right? And conversely, it is going to psychologically affect the ICE Gestapo agents, because they are going to be stressed already. They're going to be already fucking stressed. And they're going to be, you know, it's going to be winding them up. But the whistles are initially there to alert the neighbors that ICE is in the area. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. You see how easy that was? It was just a couple of people putting their bodies in the way of ICE. And then everybody groups up behind them and starts pushing away. South Burlington cops here not really that bothered. This is funny. Check this guy out. He slides into frame real quick. And he's just like, yeah, okay, all right. I guess these people are crowding him around. Oh, okay, whatever. They're not really that bothered. That's pretty good. Some pretty good stuff from Vermont. So there you go. We got some good news that we have taken a look at there. It's time to get some bad news, I'm afraid, in the UK. This is important, and I wanted to spend a bit of time on this. I wanted to have a decent segment of the stream on this, because there are barely any legacy mainstream outlets who are covering this in the UK at the moment. Pink News is the only media outlet that I've seen reporting on this. Pink News are a kind of liberal and not so good about trans issues normally, to be honest, queer news source. And so I'm quite impressed that they're doing this story. And we're going to read through it and find out what we can find out about it. So, NHS England to conduct evidence review into HRT for trans adults. NHS England is reportedly reviewing the evidence on the effectiveness of hormone replacement therapy for transgender adults as part of its newly announced consultation. The Public Health Service confirmed the evidence review and several others in a report published as part of an upcoming public consultation into proposed changes to NHS Youth Gender Services. The Equality and Health Inequalities Impact Assessor report was published after NHS England announced the decision to ban new masculinizing and feminizing hormone prescriptions for under 18s. So this is banning hormones for under 18s, claiming the evidence that for the medication's benefits are really weak. But yeah, this is wrong. We just know that this is totally untrue. Transgender teenagers aged 16 to 17 are gradually given MAF hormones such as testosterone or estrogen after they've been on puberty suppressant hormones for a sufficient period. MAF hormones do not include puberty blockers, which remain inaccessible under directives from the health department. NHS England has banned new HRT prescriptions for trans teens. MAF hormones are the primary medication given to trans adults alongside hormone blockers as a part of a hormone replacement therapy. According to a recommendation submitted in the EHIA report, NHS England is separately reviewing the evidence for the use of MAF in adults with gender dysphoria, with the aim of launching a consultation on its findings in late 2026. So that's later this year. A separate section clarifies that its ban on new prescriptions will only apply to youth gender services, adding that the NHS will continue to prescribe hormones for adult patients in its gender identity clinics. The NHS England body insists that the hormone prescription ban is not discriminatory. The evidence review is one of 10 commissioned by NHS England that will review the benefits and drawbacks of its gender-affirming care provision. The array of recommendations, as well as the ban, were brought as officials continue to process the process of applying proposals made by Dr. Hilary Cass in a controversial 4-year review of NHS youth gender services published in 2024. So remember, chat, the Cass report, unless you don't remember, right? If you don't remember what the Cass report was, this was a totally unscientific, to the point of complete and utter embarrassment, that said that puberty blockers and hormones for under 18s don't work and don't help, and it's bad and it's child abuse and all this stuff. She literally cited a fascist YouTuber as a source in this report, by the way, chat. So the entire NHS is making this decision based on this completely fucking unscientific so-called report, and she was obviously commissioned to do the report by the government that is just anti-trans, right? History will remember Cass in the same way that Wakefield is remembered. Yeah, absolutely. She is a total, utter hack. Quack hack. So that's why they're making these decisions. Clinicians have also been instructed to review existing MAF hormone prescriptions for under 18s. It's unclear what these reviews will involve. While NHS England acknowledges the adverse mental health effects its ban will likely have, the EHIA report insists that these decisions do not amount to direct or indirect unlawful discrimination. Well, the EHIA report can say that if they want, right? It doesn't mean that it's true. The EHIA can say, no, we're not transphobic. We're not trying to kill trans people. We're not doing that. It doesn't mean that they're not. It doesn't mean that that's not true, right? NHS England has concluded that no direct or indirect discrimination would occur to children and young people under 18 years by adoption of a ban on MAF hormone prescriptions, notwithstanding that MAF hormones will remain an intervention through the service specification for adult gender services, it reads. Yeah, I mean, like, you know, this is IDF. We investigated ourselves and found ourselves to be not transphobic, essentially. You know, they've actually overruled some of Cass' recommendations to be worse. Yeah. NHS England does not care one lick about the adverse mental health impacts any of this will have. They just want rid of trans people. Well, yeah, exactly, because, you know, the inadverse health, mental health effects that they're referring to is trans people's gender dysphoria will get worse. If you remove a trans person's access to hormones, their gender dysphoria gets more acute, it gets more pronounced, and this is what kills trans people. That's just it. This is recognized science all over the world. They want to kill trans people. They want to genocide trans people. That is what is being attempted here. And it's cruelty for cruelty's sake, because, of course, the majority of the country do not either know anything about trans people, they don't know a trans person, or they don't care that trans people exist, right? However, there is a very powerful lobby group, a think tank, which has lobbied Parliament, and a bunch of these horrific TERF transphobic groups like Sex Matters and what's the other one? The LGB Alliance and all this kind of stuff. They've funded all these groups who have become lobbying groups to Parliament, and because these lobbying groups have a lot of money, and also Carolyn Rowland as well, yeah, she has also funded these groups. Because they have that money, they have donated to various campaigns and gotten attention through that way. And so, you know, this is essentially the Health Secretary Wes Streeting being a total quisling and, you know, traitor to the queer community. making good on the lobbying group promises that he's made in terms of, it's fine. He just said, it's fine. I'll genocide trans people. Yeah, I'll do it. I'll systemically genocide trans people. Is it a political decision, or are doctors the ones trying to medicalize away the existence of trans people? It's definitely political. It's 1000% political. Many doctors in the NHS cannot be bothered with anything they see as optional, don't want the NHS to be dealing with trans people. I mean, I would say that's a rather sweeping assessment of the NHS, because you've got doctors who are the sort of front line who will, do the right thing because they're doctors and they understand science and they understand medicine and all this kind of stuff. I'm not saying that there's no doctors that are transphobic or anything like that, but most doctors understand science and they understand medicine, right? And those frontline doctors are not the area of the NHS that is being funded at the moment. The area of the NHS that is being funded currently by the government is the section of like data collection and AI. So that's where the money going to Palantir is essentially going. And I would say that if doctors were just told by their superiors, who are the people who are definitely, making these decisions and being complicit in these decisions. Oh yeah, NHS is doing Palantir nonsense by any means necessary. Palantir nonsense. Also, hi Morgana. You mean doctors in administrative positions? Yes. No, you're right. Yeah, administrative positions. They're far more happy to be complicit in this stuff. But this is generally the health department that is just pushing this stuff down through the fucking through the system. NHS yada. Adult gender services. NHS England is probably and rationally acting upon the updated evidence recently received that related only to individuals who are predominantly seen in paediatric gender services. Adoption of the proposed policy would be a proportionate means of achieving a legitimate aim. It's just all total PR fluff. Trans healthcare experts dismayed at the NHS prescription. Research published in June last year suggests that gender-affirming care restrictions are having an extensive impact on transgender youngsters in the UK, while another found that trans youth suicides surged around the same time that the government banned puberty blockers. Gender Plus, the UK's only CQC outstanding registered trans healthcare provider, voiced its objections to NHS England's decision, arguing it is contradictory to every reputable expert body in the field. A spokesperson for its senior leadership said they were dismayed at the announcement, adding that the service prescribes MAF hormones following a rigorous process in line with international best practice and guidance. NHS England's interpretation of the evidence is in contrast to every reputable expert body in the field of transgender healthcare. They continued, adding that the service would assess relevant documents to better understand how the Public Health Service came to its conclusion. In a statement to Pink News, NHS England's National Medical Director for its Specialised Services, Professor James Palmer, said that its review established that the public consultation would determine whether any key evidence provided may need to be reviewed. The NHS has exercised extreme caution when considering starting people on this treatment. Yes, this is the issue. It's always been very, very fucking difficult for trans people to get treatment on the NHS. Not just hormone replacement therapy, but also generally any kind of fucking treatment. The trans broken arm is a scenario where a trans person might go to a doctor and be like, I've got a broken arm, but the process to get the broken arm bandaged and casted will take 10 times as long because they have to investigate as to whether this is something that their hormones led to happen. Being transgender led this to happen. So, completely absurd statement. As part of this action, will now be paused in any new referrals for this treatment for 60 to 17-year-olds. This is going to kill kids. This is going to kill more kids. That's the end of it. That's what this is going to do. If you are pausing new referrals for this treatment when they've been referred, when they've been through the process already and they're being referred. You are taking away kids' hope, and it is just fucking shit. Patients currently receiving these treatments on the NHS could continue, but this will need to be reviewed individually with their clinical team. A cast-style review into adult gender clinics headed by Dr. David Levy was published in December and made several recommendations, primarily focusing on minimizing the staggering wait times for a first appointment. It was criticized by campaigners and health experts who described it as a missed opportunity to implement an informed consent model recommended by leading trans healthcare bodies in the UK and beyond. So that's interesting. He made several appointment recommendations primarily focused on minimizing the staggering wait times for a first appointment. I mean, the first thing that you do to do this is you fund fucking frontline care in the NHS. You fund initial care. So yeah. I think it's incredibly apt to compare the Labour to the Nazis. The government that we have now is entirely fascist. What do I mean by that? Well, let's take a look at this. This is the magistrates, judges. This is the House of Commons debate where they were talking about banning jury trials in the UK. All right, so banning trials where there is a jury there, and you know. I'm not going to watch this whole thing because it's kind of old news at this point. But the long and short of it is that 304 MPs voted to end the right to jury trials. All of them are Labour. Right? Every single fucking one of them are Labour MPs. Not even one fucking Tory voted for this. Not even one fucking Reform MP voted for this. Not even one fucking Green MP voted for this. No other party, just Labour. What does that fucking tell you? It tells us that Labour are using their fucking apathetic turned fucking majority to whip their fucking MPs to vote for the most heinous fucking shit. Now, the Tories would have been better. The Tories would have been 100% better. I'm sorry. Listen, I'm saying it. The Tories were more left-wing than this. They were way more left-wing than this. It is absolutely fucking staggering how far left the Tories were compared to this. You know? Completely mental. Labour are going to go down in history for this specifically. Everything else will be contextualized by this specific move. I think that they'll go down in history for continuing to support the genocide. No, I think that genuinely it will just be like, yeah, the Labour Party completely turned into a fascist party. It was more difficult for them to get away with things this right wing, and that is because Keir Starmer had to keep up appearances of being left-wing when he was challenging them at the Prime Minister's questions and stuff, right? He still wasn't able to flip into right-wing mode. You know what I mean? Theresa May was pro-self-ID for trans people. Yes, she was. You know, it's just so completely insane. I think that supporting the genocide and having the UK participate in the genocide, I think is the main thing that people are going to remember Labour for. I mean, obviously in the queer community, we'll remember them for Wes Streeting and the way that they have literally killed trans kids. They've killed trans kids. They've socially murdered. Well, not socially murdered. They've murdered trans kids systemically through removing puberty blockers and now with this extra step in order to stop trans teens from, older trans teens from actually getting the hormones after age 16 and 17. And the continued attempt to actually genocide all trans people you know. And then I think also they'll be remembered for being stubborn and not turning around when they realized how unpopular their fucking government was and going, oh, actually, what we should do is, you know, we should go a little bit more left-wing because what we're doing is very unpopular and it's losing us important by-elections. There's a case for a significant number of people in the UK to seek asylum soon. Yeah, absolutely. I think trans people would already be able to do that. You know, based on the amount of fucking BBC articles and reports about trans people alone. So, you know, that's what we've got. Now, I want to get some more information about this. This is the first hurdle. So jury trials aren't exactly done yet. Let's read a little bit more about it and get some more information so that we can fully understand what's happened. We've read about the trans healthcare thing, so we can fully understand that. Again, I am not advocating for people to do this because I would never advocate people to break the law. It's illegal to have testosterone and estrogen without a prescription, right? But what is going to happen is more and more trans people are just going to start self-medicating and using ulterior motives in order to get their hormones. Trans people are going to learn how to make their own hormones, and you will find that on the internet in places, right? That's where people will find that shit. So at the end of the day, they could do this if they want. However, trans people will find a way, you know, and they will try and stop people from doing it. They will try and criminalize that kind of stuff even more, but people will find a way, you know. Sipperusk says, are you gonna stream on Kick? It's much better. No. That's the only thing you've ever said in my chat. Goodbye. Fuck off. You don't care whether I stream on Kick or not. You're just like a fucking Kick bot trying to get more streamers to go to Kick. It's fucking embarrassing. Fuck off. Alright. I said the thing that I want to say about the trans healthcare stuff. Chat, you should reach out to a trans person that you've got in your life right now, right? If you have a trans friend, give him a text and let him know that you're thinking about him. And let him know, you know, that you'll be there for him and you'll help him in whatever way you can. Even if you don't know what that is, you just have to listen to them. And they'll tell you how they can get, how you can help him, right? Very important that we look after the trans people in our lives. Okay, so let's take a read of this article. And hi, Reality Bites, welcome in. Jury restriction plan clears first hurdle despite Labour dissent. MPs have voted to allow a bill that would curb access to jury trials in England and Wales to progress to the next stage, despite some Labour MPs stating their opposition to the reforms. The Courts and Tribunals bill passed by 304 votes to 203, a majority of 101, with 10 Labour MPs rebelling against the government and dozens abstaining. Justice Secretary David Lammy pleaded with the Labour MPs to support his changes to jury trials. This is so funny. He fucking pleaded with the MPs. And other reforms that he argued would reduce a record backlog of cases in Crown Courts. The reforms and Lammy himself faced a barrage of criticism in emotional speeches. Cunning linguists.
Sending more Bezos bucks your way, Mule.
Thank you so much for the Prime sub. Thank you so much for subbing for 3 months. Welcome in. How you doing? Good to see you. With the reforms, Lammy himself faced a barrage of criticism in emotional speeches, with one Labour MP saying the experience of victims of rape had been weaponised in the debate. I said this. I said this, chat. I fucking said this at the time. Do you remember? I was streaming about this. I was streaming about this when this was in the news. Fucking 3 months, 4 months ago, however long a fucking ago it was like September or some shit last year. I was saying they are weaponizing the fucking trauma that rape victims have in order to scare people into supporting this. And it is fucking depraved and it's disgusting. And we even watched that one, I can't remember what position she was. She was an old judge. She was someone in the justice system. She was like, if you want to focus on bringing down the wait time for rape victims to get their trial, to get their case to trial, what you do is you just prioritize them. And the way that she fucking explained it made so much more sense. And it was like, no, what you do is you don't ban jury trials, because guess what? Guess what demographic massively... Oh my god, Krill! Thank you for the £42. Thank you for subbing off Twitch and supporting the stream. Nice one. Thank you very much, man. Appreciate that. Listen, we're on track for the month. Abso-fucking-lutely. Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yes, legend. Thanks for the great stream. Hey, listen, man. We're not even fucking halfway through. We kind of are. We kind of are. Anyway, you know what I mean. We're getting a bunch of fucking stuff done. But thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Chat, don't let Krill do all the heavy lifting. Don't let the Oilers do all the heavy lifting. If you've got £1 to spare, if you've got £2 to spare, if you've got £3 to spare, right? Sort us out. You know? Or, like Soph says, get a hype train going, because I want to see the Yes Peace Forever to cheer me up. There you go. If we get some more subs in the chat, if we get some more gifters in the chat, we can get the Yes Peace Forever song on. That's true. And I'll play that song. That'll be the first one that I do. Thanks for the blue fella, Sorka. Okay, let's take a look at this. So, yeah, as I said, I was fucking... You know, what I was about to say then is, what demographic is totally entrenched in the justice system? It's men. It's men. It's white men. White men are the most common demographic who are judges. Why is that? Because of white male privilege. It's much easier to get through the absolutely drastic amount of training, and shit like that if you are a white man in our country. Right, and obviously it is also the case for a lot of other countries as well. Becoming a lawyer and then a barrister and then a KC and all this kind of stuff is extremely stressful stuff. And I know because I literally know. Yo, Val! Thank you so much for the £3. Thank you for subbing off Twitch and thank you for supporting the stream. Appreciate you. I know a bunch of women who are training to become lawyers through when I was working at Great Manchester Tenants Union, right? And literally one of my friends right now is doing her bar exam, and it is so fucking difficult. Ranking of workers' rights in different countries by the International Trade Union comments very interesting. UK systematic violation of rights. Yeah, I totally believe that. I totally fucking believe that. And so, if you get rid of jury trials for things like, rape cases, you're going to get men who are making these decisions unilaterally. Do we think that there's going to be no bias there whatsoever? Right? Do we think that there's going to be no bias? So, they are weaponizing rape victims, trying to get this fucking pushed through the Commons and the Lords. So, let's read more about this. Labour MP Charlotte Nichols said she was waiving her right to anonymity as a victim of rape. Nichols, who had not previously spoken in the House of Commons about her experience, told MPs, "I waited 1,088 days to go to court. Every single one of those days was agony, made worse by having a role in public life that meant that the mental health consequences of my trauma were played out in public, with the event that led to my eventual sectioning for my own safety still being something that I receive regular social media abuse from strangers about to this day." But here's the kicker. In this debate, experiences like mine feel like they've been weaponized and are being used for rhetorical misdirection for what this bill actually is. The MP for Warrington North, Warrington on the map, said the man was acquitted in a criminal court, but she was given a compensation after a civil case found she had been raped. But in a letter to Lammy, dozens of female Labour MPs urged the government to remain steadfast in your pursuit of much-needed reform and modernisation of our justice system in the bill. Speaking in the Commons, Labour MP Natalie Fleet, who signed the letter, argued that the government was stepping up for victims. This is fucking disgusting. This is disgusting rhetoric. Fleet, who has previously spoken about her own experience of being groomed and raped, said, "I can tell you from personal experience, you know what's worse than being raped? Facing years to waiting to see if people believe you." Yes, but it's not getting rid of jury trials that will make this expedited. It's by prioritizing rape cases in the justice system. She added, "This is not about denying anybody justice. This is about enabling victims and innocent parties to have a more efficient path to getting that justice." MPs voted on the overall principles of the measures in the bill during its second reading. The 10 Labour MPs who voted against the bill were Ipsana Begum, Richard Bergen, Ian Byrne, Imran Hussain, Kim Johnson, Ian Lavery, John McDonnell, Bell Ribeiro, Addy, John Trickett, and Nadia Whittam. These are the only left-wing MPs left in Labour. You know? Criminal conviction requires a standard of evidence to be met, though. Otherwise, you're just going to end up conceding that many innocent men are likely to end up in prison. Okay, yeah. See you later, Doug. I was like, okay, you're not a first-time chatter. Why are you coming with the misogyny? And one of the first fucking questions this motherfucker said was, "As communist, do you think that greed is a human problem?" Get fucked, dude. If your first thought about this is, what about the innocent men going to jail? I'm sorry, man, but your brain is broken. You need to go to the brain shop and get a new brain. Because the problem with this is not that innocent men will go to jail. The problem with this is that women who have been raped, and guess what? Also some men that have been raped, will not probably get the fucking justice that they deserve. Or that they want to get from the court system. You know, because again, justice looks like different things for different fucking people. I don't expect you to fucking understand that, though. You know? Is the right wing's men's rights nonsense even a thing in the UK? Are you kidding? Yes. It is fucking ridiculously prominent in the UK. Anyway. Modernisation is essential. The measure announced in December after a review by a retired judge, Sir Brian Levison, would scrap jury trials in England and Wales for crimes that carry a likely a sentence of less than 3 years. By the way, there are a bunch of sex crimes that carry likely sentences of less than 3 years. Again, solidifying my point. Volunteer community magistrates who deal with the majority of all criminal cases will take on more work. The changes will also give magistrates more power to hear cases that have a maximum... what was that? A maximum sentencing range of up to 18 months. A backup power to allow them to sentence a criminal up to 2 years will be created but held in reserve. Speaking in the Commons as he introduced legalization to deliver up the changes? You mean legislation? Fucking hell, BBC. Lammy, also Deputy Prime Minister, said they would free up thousands of many hearing days in the Crown Courts for more serious cases to be heard. He added that Labour had inherited a court system close to breaking point after previous cuts to the Justice Department under the Conservatives, and lengthy waiting times for cases to be heard were a source of injustice. By the way, what he's saying here is that the Tories stopped putting money into the justice system, but instead of putting more money into it, what they're saying is, we're going to remove a right that has been had by British people for over 1,000 years, even in completely ancient courts, right, held by monarchs and shit. Well, it's not 1,000 years, it's like 500 years or whatever, 800 years or something. You know, even under monarchs, absolute monarchs, British people had the right to a trial by jury. And now they're like, yeah, no, we don't need that anymore, bro. We could just fuck that off. Hey, Banker, what's up? Welcome in. 810 years. Thank you, one who reads. 810 years, yes. He warned that without further action, the current backlog could jump from just under 80,000 cases currently to 200,000 by 2035. Just fund it! He added, victims are currently worn down, people simply give up, cases collapse and offenders remain free to roam the streets, free to commit more crimes, and create more victims. To restore swift and fair justice, we're pulling every lever available. Investment is essential, modernization is essential, and reform. This is all bollocks. It's total fluff and bluster. The fate of the bill rests on Labour MPs and whether enough of them rebel. One of the rebels, Whittam, said the government's law was a short-termist cost-cutting measure which will further entrench discrimination and inequality. The court's backlog was caused by chronic underfunding of our criminal justice system, not jury trials, she added. More Labour MPs could have abstained in Tuesday's vote, with more than 40 of them having previously said they're not prepared to support the plans. Labour MP Carl Turner, a leading opponent of the jury plans, said the bill was unworkable, unpopular, unjust and unnecessary. Turner, a former barrister, said he would abstain in the vote after speaking to Matt Lammy on Monday when he was promised a meaningful review period to scrutinise our reforms are working, if approved by Parliament. Turner said he was confident the worst parts of the bill would be defeated at later stage of its passage through Parliament. This is cope. This is total fucking cope. This is total cope. It's not yet clear whether the Labour rebels have the numbers to defeat the government in the weeks to come. The bill is another stern test of Prime Minister Keir Starmer's ability to get his MPs behind controversial reforms his government believes are essential. During the debate, Conservative Shadow Justice Secretary Nick Timothy said the government was rushing proposed changes to jury trials through Parliament at breakneck speed. He said the bill was published less than 2 weeks ago after no consultation at all, and today the Justice Secretary is already asking members to approve its second reading. Liberal Democrat Justice spokeswoman Jess Brown Fuller argued that limiting jury trials won't shift the dial on reducing the backlog of cases in the Crown Court. Trial by jury is not the problem, she said, calling it one of the only parts of our justice system that is actually trusted. Yes. So this is where it's up to. So it's the second reading that has passed, and they are trying to force this through. The abstention of Labour MPs in this stuff is what's going to be our downfall for our rights in the UK, and we should never forget that. These fucking Labour MPs who are cowards, who won't vote against but will abstain on incredibly important pieces of legislation like this in terms of important to vote them down. They should be remembered as the Weimar fucking fascist enablers of our time. Scum. Alternatively, they could decriminalize nonsense offenses like marijuana possession. Yes, Johnny, exactly. Juries awoke. Instead, a panel consisting of 2 corporations, Rolex and Tesco, 2 landlords, and 1 bank can decide how the poor are punished. This is true. We are talking about them abolishing juries, yes. Literally worse than King John. It's just so mad. Anyway, so here we go. You're all scum. Fuck the Labour government. I think that you're right, Hippie Marshmallow. I think that what they are trying to do is rush through as many bad things before May the May council elections when they're going to get trounced. Now, it could be for two reasons, and I'm inclined to believe the former reason rather than the latter. It could be that they want to rush through as much stuff now so that the next leader after the May elections, if there's a leadership challenge, says, oh, well, the last leader was Keir Starmer and it's really hard for me to reverse this stuff. It's really hard for me to reverse this stuff because I can't whip the party to vote for what I want, right? Or they're doing it cynically so that after May, if there's a leadership election and a new person gets in like Angela Rayner, she can save the day and reverse all this stuff, right? I don't think it's going to be this one. I think it is going to be, oh, I can't reverse it. I can't get these. Oh, Keir Starmer introduced too many briefcases into the party and I can't whip him to vote the way I want, right? I think that that's the more likely thing. But yeah, I do also think that it's possible that someone like Angela Rayner or Lucy Powell or David Lammy or whoever, it's probably unlikely that David Lammy is going to be in the run-in to be the new leader of the party, but, you know, it's not going to be Wes Streeting, and if it is Wes Streeting, it's just going to remain deathly unpopular, and, you know, people are going to treat the Labour Party like it's a leper still, you know, in terms of support, and you know, they'll just fade into obscurity. But I think that, yeah, I think that that's what it is. Parliament's only the highest decision-making body in the country. It's just a cheeky little guy. It can't undo difficult legislation. Come on, that's too hard. They only make £100,000 a year each. Exactly. Anyway, chat, we're gonna get on to Iran updates. What are we starting with? We got a drop site news article here. Let's take a look at this. Behind the bombs. New details emerge on Iran's infiltration of Israel. As arrests grow in Israel, internal Iranian intelligence materials reviewed by drop site shed light on Tehran's clandestine attempts to turn Israeli citizens into spies. Let's have a read of this. On Sunday, March 1st, after a day after launching the war on Iran, Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu entreated the Iranian people to overthrow their government, pledging that the US and Israel will strike thousands of sites across Iran to weaken its hold on power. Do not sit idle because your moment will arrive soon, the moment when you must take to the streets, come to the streets in your millions to finish the job, overthrow the regime of terror that has embittered your lives, Netanyahu declared. It is now time to unite your forces and overthrow the regime and secure your future. That urging of Iranians to action was echoed by President Donald Trump, who told them, "When we're finished, take over your government. It'll be yours to take. This will probably be your only chance in generations." The joint US-Israeli war against Iran is the culmination of a decades-long campaign spearheaded by Netanyahu and waged by powerful forces within Israel's intelligence, military, and political machine. Trump's cancelling of the 2015 nuclear deal and the intensification of economic sanctions morphed in the aftermath of the October 7th attacks into an open campaign of periodic military attacks against Iran, with the US finally declaring openly that it wanted the government in Tehran toppled. For Israel, the widespread Iranian protests in January presented a grand opportunity for the peaceful demonstrations, though the peaceful demonstrations were spurred by worsening economic conditions and the collapse of national currency, caused largely by US-led sanctions. Within days, the dynamic shifted dramatically. Violent riots broke out, and Trump and Netanyahu issued public calls for an uprising to seize control of the country. The situation was viewed by Iranian officials as an armed insurrection backed by Israel and aimed at toppling the state. Amid peaceful protests, reports emerged of organized cells inside Iran who launched deadly attacks on Iranian police, mosques, and civilian infrastructure. The narrative of foreign involvement was endorsed by some Israeli commentators, as well as former CIA Director Mike Pompeo, who claimed that Mossad agents were on the ground, helping to organize the uprising. The riots were crushed with intense brutality by Iranian authorities, but the violence proved a prime opportunity for Netanyahu to press his case for war, wrapped in a veneer of freeing the Iranian people and eliminating a terrorist theocracy intent on building and using a nuclear bomb. Good night, network. Thanks so much for being here. Appreciate you. As the war nears the end of its second week, Trump has sidelined his talk of Iranian liberation. He routinely dismisses the idea that the son of the deposed Shah could take over. He has said that he's open to a religious leader ruling Iran, and has declared that he prefers to have Iran's head of state come from within the current system, a leader Trump said should be internal and eternal. Do you remember when we saw him say that? Internal and eternal. Netanyahu, however, is continuing to emphasize Israel's goal of shattering the Iranian state as it exists after the assassination of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. The Ayatollah is no more, and I know you don't want him replaced with another tyrant, so you must act, Netanyahu wrote in a post on Twitter addressed to the people of Iran on March the 10th. In the coming days, we'll create the conditions for you to grasp your destiny. The dreams will become a reality when the time is right, and that time is fast approaching. We'll pass the torch to you. Be ready to seize the moment. Israel has long waged a shadow war inside Iran, employing a mixture of covert operations, assassinations, coercion, and psychological messaging aimed at engineering the government's collapse. The Israeli campaign to infiltrate and undermine Iranian society has included recruiting individual Iranians to carry out influence operations, as well as large-scale psychological operations involving anti-government Persian language media networks. This is well established. Far less is known about Iran's secret operations inside Israel and its ongoing clandestine battles with Israeli intelligence. Dropsite News has obtained internal Iranian intelligence briefing summaries, photos, and other materials related to secret influence of operations targeting Israeli citizens. Iranian intelligence has carried out a series of small-scale, active measures for the past 3 years in an attempt to foment social division inside Israel and build relationships with individual Israeli citizens. Dropsite also spoke to 2 Iranian officials, one of them an intelligence operative, who worked directly on the program and granted them anonymity to discuss the operations because they're not officially authorized to confirm or deny the program's existence. Quote, a shadow war has been underway for years between Iran on one side and the United States and Israel on the other, end quote, one of the Iranian officials told Dropsite. Quote, regarding operations of this nature, no responsibility has ever been officially claimed, nor is it likely to be, end quote. Well, quote again, no country openly speaks about them, end quote. Over the past 2 years, roughly 3 dozen Israeli citizens have been arrested on charges of carrying out espionage and influence operations inside Israel on behalf of the Iranian government. The charges have mostly involved surveillance and vandalism, although some have risen to the level of attempted violence against selected targets. In 2025, Israel witnessed a 400% increase in suspected and confirmed cases of Israelis performing espionage-related activities for Iranian intelligence, according to a report by the Dor Moria Analytical Center, an Israeli think tank. I imagine those numbers are fudged somewhat. The Israeli government has made a concerted effort to control information during the current war and requires that all reports pertaining to national security be reviewed by a military censor. It has also begun suppressing footage of Iranian ballistic missile strikes in the country, footage of which was widely disseminated during the 2025 conflict and impacted public opinion at home and abroad about the course of the war. The intelligence materials, which represent the first internal Iranian confirmation of such covert operations within Israel, show handlers inside the Iranian Ministry of Intelligence recruiting individuals living in Israel to share political messages in public spaces, including banners and placards containing domestic political messages and stylized insignia from the Islamic Republic. The contacts span from the outbreak of judicial reform protests in Israel in 2023 through the genocide in the Gaza Strip. The degree to which Israel and Iran have utilized their clandestine networks to aid their current war aims is unknown. An unnamed senior Israeli official told the Wall Street Journal on March the 12th that Israel is receiving targeting assistance from ordinary Iranians via Israeli social media accounts. I mean, this is just nonsense. Why would... You know, what they're doing here is they're coping. They're coping because Israeli civilians have been providing Iran with targeting data, targeting assistance. Iranian civilians are not giving Iran targeting assistance, right? That's not what's happening because Israel is just bombing schools and hospitals and shit like that, like it always does. You don't need to get assistance from Iranian civilians in doing that, right? I mean, sure, they could be saying that, like, you know, yeah, via Israeli social media accounts. I just think this is total cope. They're like, yeah, we looked at their videos and we targeted an IRGC missile depot, and it's like, no, you didn't. No, you didn't. You targeted a hospital. That's what you did. Some of the targets being struck within Israel are dynamic targets that have been identified in recent days. These targets are collected by the Ministry of Iranian Security. Wait, what was it? Ministry of Iranian... I can't remember what it is. MUEL. Through its local contacts. The official declines to offer any specifics. Just have a drink. The officials who spoke to Dropsite described Iran's activities as a parallel campaign to Israel's, what one of the officials termed a reciprocal measure to exert influence inside Israel by seeking to enlist ordinary Israelis in disruption operations. But relative to the size, scope, and lethality of Israel's operations and its proven ability to accentuate unrest or conduct assassinations inside Iran, the actions described by the Iranian officials are modest. Quote, foreign actors linked to Israeli intelligence services had over time established contact through various social media platforms and under diverse cover identities with a significant number of Iranian citizens, particularly young people, end quote, said the Iranian official who shared the materials. Quote, these contacts encourage and incentivize the performance of specific tasks through a combination of financial and non-financial rewards, as well as the provision of material support, including small arms and other equipment. Among the materials shown to Dropsite are social media groups established by MUEL agents, intelligence reports detailing the cultivation of Israeli assets, or operational summaries of the activities of Israelis recruited by Iranian spies, and scores of photographs of propaganda posters, leaflets, t-shirts, and other materials the assets distributed on behalf of Iran. The materials date back to mid-2023 and extend through early 2026. The official said the Iranian influence campaign began as a retaliatory action amid the outbreak of protests in Iran in 2022, following the death of Mahsa Amini in police custody. According to witnesses, she was arrested for not wearing a head cover and severely beaten. Iranian authorities claim she died because of an underlying condition. Hundreds of people died when security forces sought to crush demonstrations, along with dozens of members of the police and Basij militia. Iranian intelligence operatives internally concluded that some of the violence was being encouraged and facilitated by Israeli operatives. According to the sources, foreign actors linked to Israeli intelligence services had, over time, established contact through various social media platforms and under diverse cover identities with a significant number of Iranian citizens, particularly young people. The Iranian intelligence official alleged. These Israeli handlers, he said, encouraged and incentivized the performance of specific tasks through a combination of financial and non-financial rewards, as well as the provision of material support, small arms, and other equipment. Iranian intelligence agents, according to the two officials, studied the tactics of alleged Israeli orchestrated influence efforts and embarked on an operation to expand their targeting of Israeli citizens for recruitment. In June 2023, Haaretz reported on the existence of an astroturfed campaign inside Israel related to judicial reform protests under the tagline No Voice. The report described the display of banners that authorities suspected were created by Iran. At the time, the Shin Bet told Haaretz that it had recently identified Iranian influence activity on social media in Israel, whose purpose is to exacerbate the social and political rifts in Israel over the entire political spectrum. The internal materials provided to Dropsite include evidence of Iran's role in the No Voice campaign, as well as video and photographic documentation of other limited activities by the MUEL inside Israel, including display of seditious messages in public spaces for broadcast on social media and photographing of public sites. In some cases, activist groups created and promoted on Facebook succeeded in drawing small numbers of people for public demonstrations that were later filmed. Photos of these materials were later sent back as evidence to handlers in Iran. The materials do not provide information on specific Israelis involved in the operations and obscured the identities of the participants. After Israel launched its genocidal war on Gaza, the Iranian intelligence officers said they sought to infiltrate Israeli demonstrations, calling on the government to make a deal with Hamas and secure the return of Israeli captives held in Gaza. In some images and videos of protests provided to Dropsite, individuals whose faces have been obscured could be seen holding up signs in Hebrew, while others depict banners displayed in public areas, including draped on apartment balconies with messages expressing support for Israeli captives or criticism of the Netanyahu government. While such banners have been common in Israel during protests, Iranian intelligence created custom designs for their assets to mass produce and distribute that included discreetly embedded signatures visible in the material showing the logo of the MOIS or stylized depictions of former Islamic Revolutionary Guards Corps commander Qasem Soleimani, who was assassinated by the US at Baghdad airport in a drone strike ordered by Trump in January 2020. That's so fucking funny, dude. People act like Iran is doing new surprising things, but these are simply well-laid plans reaching their logical result. Perhaps the only surprising thing is how dumb the empire was to walk into this war at all. But one level, they believed their own propaganda, and on another, they knew this was their last chance before Iran's preparations became insurmountable. That's very true. Yeah, absolutely. By the way, this is very funny reading this, because what this confirms is, when I was surprised when I saw how many people in Israel were doing protests criticizing Netanyahu and saying that they should make a deal with Hamas and get the hostages home. I remember thinking, like, this can't be real. Like, this can't be fucking real. This many people inside Israel are like, you need to fucking do better at this, and you can't just be like dropping bombs on them and shit. Turns out it was a successful Iranian infiltration campaign. And by the way, what did they want them to do? You know, they didn't want to like overthrow the government. They just wanted Netanyahu to shut the fuck up and make a deal with Hamas to exchange prisoners. Like, that's it. Oh my god, dude. That's so fucking funny. Alright, madness. Hey, oh no, here we go. How are we doing? Yeah, they were literally trolling. They were literally fucking trolling. Other photographs show images of individuals at protest rallies in Israel wearing t-shirts with the same images and holding them up for the camera. In one video, a protest outside a Tel Aviv police station with a group of demonstrators can be seen chanting and displaying Israeli flags while being filmed from above with a drone, whose footage Iranian intelligence claims was later provided to them by a source inside Israel. Following videotaped instances of police brutality against protesters in Israel, the Iranian intelligence operative claimed that Tehran's Israeli assets were instructed to promote videos that identified specific Israeli police officers on Hebrew language social media channels in order to create a shame campaign against officers and increase public criticism of the police. The broader effort employed social media pages and personas in an effort to ensure that the protests would continue in a sustained manner, while the Iranian officials provided documentary evidence of their involvement in some small protests. Organically organized political demonstrations are not unusual in Israel. Well, depends what they're about. In some cases, Iranian officials claimed Israelis enlisted in these operations believed they were being paid by Jewish Americans concerned about the fate of the captives in Gaza or anchored by the Netanyahu government's policies. That's great. The payments, they said, were made in cryptocurrency, although they declined to give specific amounts paid. The missions assigned via WhatsApp from the other side gradually took on a different tone and flavor, the Iranian intelligence official alleged. He said the missions would begin as printing leaflets or stickers and then move to helping to organize a rally in front of Israeli President Isaac Herzog's house and protest Netanyahu's war crimes as well as his indifference to the fate of Israeli captives in Gaza. Although the materials shared with DropSite point to mostly small-scale activities in comparison to Israel's demonstrated ability to recruit individuals inside Iran to carry out complex, violent attacks, the wider phenomenon of Iranian infiltration inside Israel has evolved to a notable issue within Israel. One recent case in which an Israeli was charged with carrying out surveillance on behalf of Iran, though not directly referenced in the Iranian material shared with DropSite, involves an Israeli citizen named Yosef Ein Eli, 23. Or Eli. Eli was arrested last September, accused of providing handlers based in Iran with information and photographs from hotels and tourist sites in southern Israel, for which he was provided the equivalent of roughly $3,000 in crypto. The operations were intended to be a step up to the escalatory ladder, Israeli authorities claim. Eli had allegedly been cooperating with Iran since late 2024 and had been assigned further tasks by his handlers, including arson attacks, surveillance of political figures, and providing identifying information about IDF soldiers. Since 2024, Israel has handed down nearly 36 indictments of Israelis accused of espionage-related activities for Iran, though only one person has been sentenced. Israeli officials have been pressuring prosecutors to move these cases forward towards convictions and sentencing, in part to serve as a deterrent. There needs to be harsher and faster punishment, a security official told Israel's Ynet in January. If people saw that defendants immediately received 10-year sentences, that would alone deter others. Prosecutions in Israel dealing with national security are covered by a state censor, and only cases cleared for publication are permitted to be disclosed to the public, leading to ambiguity about the scale and detail of the allegations involved in many cases. But the incidents have become serious and widespread enough that Israeli officials launched a national advertising campaign last year to urge citizens against spying for Iran, with messages warning members of the public, for 5,000 shekels, is it worth ruining your life and family? In the past, Iranian intelligence was believed to work exclusively with marginal elements of society, according to the Dor Moria Analytics Center report. Now, those arrested include mainstream Israelis, active duty military personnel, students at religious seminaries, and even ideologically motivated citizens acting not just for money but out of conviction. Notably, it was Jewish citizens rather than the Arab minority who made up the bulk of Iran's agent network. That's so good. Anti-spying ads is crazy. No, yeah, it's funny as hell. The report also highlighted several individuals from economically marginalized sectors of Jewish Israeli society and the Druze community who've been accused of conducting espionage for Iran, including surveillance activities on behalf of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps for payment. There are even cases of individuals acting out of ideological hostility to Zionism, including an American-Israeli dual citizen from the anti-Zionist Satmar Hasidic sect who allegedly conducted surveillance and provided Iran with intelligence on former IDF Chief of Staff Herzi Halevi and National Security Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir. That's so good, dude. An anti-Zionist Hasidic Jew spied on Ben-Gvir for Iran. That's so good, dude. I actually love that. Israeli reservists have also been arrested, accused by authorities of transmitting photos of the Iron Dome missile defense system to Iran in exchange for small cash payments. Sorry, that's great. In one case, a military base used by IDF's Golani brigades was reportedly surveilled by a group of Israeli agents working for Iran before being struck by a Hezbollah drone. In an attack that killed 4 soldiers, the same network, all Jewish immigrants to Israel from Azerbaijan, allegedly carried out hundreds of missions over 2 years, including surveillance of the Nevatim and Ramat David air bases. Hell yeah, dude. In another case, an Israeli man who had allegedly conducted several missions for Iran was also accused of trying to assassinate an Israeli scientist for a promised payment of $100,000. He was apprehended by Shin Bet in October 2024 while attempting to retrieve a handgun intended for the murder from a dead drop location. Everyone is free to guess. There are clear hints that the clandestine war between Israel and Iran has continued during the current war, including dissemination of rumors targeted at rival populations online and via media channels influenced by both Tel Aviv and Tehran, as well as threats of future uprisings and infiltration by Israel inside Iran. The Iranian government blames Israel for helping incite disorder and violence inside Iran by its own covert operations, including widespread violence during nationwide demonstrations in January that killed thousands of people. International human rights organizations have characterized the death toll as more than double the official Iranian claims of 3,000 dead and charged that the vast majority of deaths occurred at the hands of Iranian forces, attacking largely peaceful demonstrators. Iran has characterized the violence as the product of an Israeli-led terror campaign aimed at sparking an uprising. Go out into the streets together, the time has come, we're with you, not just from a distance or through words, we're also with you on the ground, read a post on a Farsi language site widely believed to be linked to Mossad. It was subsequently deleted, and some Israeli security analysts argued that boasting of Israeli involvement could undermine the efforts to destabilize the Iranian government. Foreign actors are arming the protesters in Iran with live firearms, which is the reason for the hundreds of regime personnel killed, wrote Tamir Morag, the diplomatic correspondent for Israel's Channel 14 during the uprising. Chat, they just cannot help themselves. When I was watching Rawi's stream during these uprisings, everyone on the Israeli fucking media and their dad was there going, we're definitely involved, but we're not involved, but we are involved, but we're not that involved, but we are doing stuff, but we're not doing everything, but we are doing a lot of stuff, but we are making it happen. It is us. We are doing it. They just couldn't stop fucking saying it. It was insane. And the only reason that they feel so comfortable to say it is because they're speaking in Hebrew when they say it, and they know that not everyone in the world speaks fucking Hebrew. Everyone is free to guess who is behind it. Morag and his network are well known for their close ties to Netanyahu. There was already an operation. There was a very significant US influence operation, said Major General Tamir Hyman, former chief of the Israeli military intelligence directorate, in an interview with Israeli radio on January 13th. On February 24th, 4 days before the US attack on Iran began, the CIA issued a Farsi language public communication asking Iranians to make contact with them to provide intelligence and other cooperation via encrypted channels. Hello. The Central Intelligence Agency can hear your voice and wants to help you, the post on X read. It also included a video explaining how to use software to send messages to the agency. Good stuff. In the face of mounting instability, global economic shock, and continuing Iranian missile and drone strikes, Trump has increasingly hinted that he wants the war to wrap up soon. Israeli and US media are reporting that internal intelligence assessments indicate it's unlikely the Iranian government will be brought down by force alone. You can lead someone to water, you cannot make him drink, Netanyahu said on March the 12th at his first press conference since the war began. He boasted that the military attacks of the past 2 weeks had weakened Iran with crushing blows, but added ultimately, a regime is ousted from within. When the bombs do stop falling, the battle will shift back to the shadow war. When asked why Iranian officials were willing to discuss details of their clandestine efforts in Israel with Dropsite, one of the officials said that in light of recent Israeli involvements in protests inside Iran, it's a deliberate reminder that we too possess the capability to manipulate citizens on the Israeli side and carry out reciprocal actions. Iranian intelligence, he claimed, is indeed proceeding with precisely such operations against them. Holy shit. Surely giving public exact instructions for sending confidential stuff will just make Iran immediately get a way to hack it. Yes. Yes, that is probably what happened. Anyway, that was a big long article. So everyone who is still watching the stream, everyone who's still here, well done. Thank you so much for your patience. I hope that was informative. I try and read a good long article on the stream as much as possible. Obviously, we've read a few articles on stream today. I know that reading stuff is not everyone's cup of tea, but I think that an article like that from Dropsite is also extremely important and good to know. Don't worry, we're now going to watch video of things get blow up. Yeah? So don't worry about it. It's all good. Yeah? You now get to turn off brain and not do listen and just do watch. Don't worry about it, yeah? It's time for the Electronic Intifada with John Elmer and the Resistance Report talking about Iran missiles and drones battering US bases. It's John Elmer. I'm going to go and warm up some food.
And to the Electronic Intifada, I am John Elmer. This is the Resistance Report for day 888 of Israel's genocide in Gaza. It's the 13th day of the U.S. And Israel's war on Iran, and 10th day of this newest round of the war in Lebanon. I am reporting this on the afternoon of March the 12th. Things are moving quickly, but this report is covering the second week of the war. We'll start with the maps, as we always do. We got some new fresh ones for everybody to see, targeting of U.S. positions across the region, particularly in the UAE, Bahrain, Kuwait, Qatar there, Saudi Arabia. Those are two critical bases, and the CIA station in Riyadh that you see there targeted. Up through Kuwait has been hammered. Kuwait is a major hub of U.S. Forces in the region and has been since the early 1990s. A lot of targets all over Iraq, American bases all over the region of Iraq from the 2003 war. And then, of course, you can see Jordan there. That's Muwafaq al-Salti Air Base. That is the key expeditionary air base for the United States Air Force right now. And it's been targeted numerous times. We're going to get into what was targeted on those bases coming up. But if we take a look at the next map, you can see a little bit of a zoom in on, first, this shows just the proximity of these targets. Bahrain, Qatar, UAE. We're looking at a map that shows the Strait of Hormuz and Iran at the top, just within 50 to 100 kilometers from these major U.S. installations, multi-billion-dollar installations that are just getting hammered right now. as Ali reported in his solid report, the IRGC has promised not a liter of oil that will benefit the U.S., the Zionists, or their partners will pass through the Strait of Hormuz, but they've done that verbally. There has been no very limited military action. A number of tankers have been targeted, U.S. Flagged tankers. But you can see the Strait of Hormuz, how tiny it is on that map, and that includes the territorial waters of Iran. If we look at the next map, you can see it from an even, this map shows, again, the targets in the region with a little bit more colorful outline there. You see the embassy in Riyadh, the CIA station was hit there, and that forced all CIA stations in the region to evacuate. Those are mostly set up in the embassies and consulates, so you can see them targeted on this map as well. And then this next map shows you
the West literacy rate is declining. Reading articles is essential practice. This is true.
This shows you the topography.
This is true.
And again, I don't want to predict the war can spiral out of control. But when you look at this map, first of all, the Strait of Hormuz is shown there in the dead center. When you take the territorial waters of Iran into question, you're talking like hundreds of feet of area that is international waters, easy to be closed. You can see that ships escorting tankers through that are going to be running a gauntlet of anti-ship missiles that are firing in some distances as close as you can throw a baseball, it looks like, from this map. But also look at the country of Iran when we're talking about a ground war. You're talking about mountainous region. The core of the U.S. forces are down in the south. The capital is up in the north, also surrounded by mountains. It's just a completely different story than smashing Libya or smashing Syria, which itself took a decade to do. And you look at a full state like Iran, the size of the country, the depth that they have of human resources and military hardware. This war could escalate, but you can see the reasons why it may not when you look at this map there that you're seeing. And I just want to start here with a little bit of what the Americans and Israelis are doing. If we look at number 5, they decided this week to target oil depots. Strikes me as a sign of desperation to be hitting these installations so early. Things are not going as planned for the U.S. And Israel, and this was Israel targeting these. According to the Israelis, they have 80% of their air force targeting Iran and 20% targeting Lebanon right now. This happened on the weekend. The Red Crescent reporting 14,000 housing units damaged. 29 hospitals targeted, 9 of them destroyed or out of service, 65 schools targeted. So we're seeing, again, Israel being Israel here. Let's look at number 6, because of course this is basically chemical warfare. On the night of March 7th to the 8th, Israeli airstrikes hit multiple fuel depots and refineries across Tehran and the neighboring Al-Borz province, igniting vast pools of crude oil and refined fuel. The burning oil was sent into towering black plumes into the sky, releasing massive amounts of toxic hydrocarbons, along with sulfur and nitrogen oxides into the lower atmosphere. And we're looking at a graphic here put together by Reuters that shows the toxic plume taking over a city itself of 10 million, metropolitan area of 20 million. This is a world class city with its similar density to many of the world-class cities that you're thinking about right now. In the next slide, you can see that it starts to take over and spread as the toxic plume spread across Tehran. Sulfur dioxide and nitrogen dioxide combined with moisture in the air, producing
Al-Qassam have got boots on the ground? Al-Qassam are fighting right now, is that true?
Dangerous acid rain.
Have you got a source for that?
Rain. It oil rained on them. Authorities warned residents to stay indoors as dense pollution and falling rain carried corrosive chemicals across the city. One more slide will show the impact on the human. The toxic particles are inhaled. Inhaling acidic particles could irritate the airways, aggravate asthma and bronchitis, and allow fine particles to reach the bloodstream where they can increase cardiovascular stress. I think that's all obvious. You don't want to be breathing oil smoke and being rained on by oil rain. And that is the kind of crimes that Israel just normalizes in their war fighting. And I like to just start with that so we understand the human toll of what's going on in this battle. Let's take a look at the Iranians for their part. These are their missiles and drones that they're using. Of course, the Shahed 136 is the primary tool. 2,500 kilometer range allows it to target anything in the region from the coast of Israel all the way to the short haul right across the strait where a lot of the Gulf bases are set up. The Imad ballistic missile there, we've seen them used basically every day. The Fatah is a hypersonic that has a maneuverable re-entry vehicle. It's a significant weapon that we have also seen nearly in every wave. The way that the IRGC has fought this battle is the field reports are done in waves. Wave 42 was today. And the Khorramshahr 4, that is their newest missile, and it has a submunitions capacity, so that warhead breaks apart and distributes smaller warheads that are harder to intercept. We will see that coming up. The IRGC has fired upwards of 3,000 drones at this point and 600 ballistic missiles, almost 600 ballistic missiles, also some cruise missiles in that 600 number. And they are saying 40% are targeting Israel and 60% versus US bases. They've targeted 17 vessels out in the sea.
Bro, only 40% are targeting Israel, and they cannot fucking handle it. That's absolutely crazy, bro.
CENTCOM, for its part, the United States says they've carried out more than 6,000 airstrikes, and the Israelis say 7,500 bombs have been dropped. But the Iranians are continuing to fire undeterred by this. We can see on the next slide the rest of their arsenal, because interestingly, with all these think tanks getting their multi-million-dollar endowments, and following Iran like this is the Center for Strategic and International Studies, and they don't have a graphic that includes all of the missiles that Iran is firing. So I had to pull together multiple
Hey, Bubble.
Which should tell you something about these organizations that have been pro-sanction, pro-war on Iran for decades, and still aren't even capable of logging correctly the number of missiles and the missile capabilities on a single slide. So I used multiple here. So again, here you're seeing the Gill. This is their newest one. We haven't seen that used. It's its most advanced. The Imad, like I said, being used all the time. The Ghadr all the time as well.
Yeah, John Elmer is like, it's his fucking special interest. War. He is absolutely like, I know on Rowie's stream we watched Daniel Davis. He's like a total ammo-sexual and shit like that, but you know, John Elmer is like, if Daniel Davis was woke, right? That's why I love John Elmer.
Top 3 you'll see launched in upcoming slides. This is 11, so 12 has audio in it. Oh, this is 11. Okay, so this is the Khorramshahr. This is the ballistic missile that launches 80 submunitions out of the warhead, and we'll see footage of that coming up. Our next slide here has audio in it, so be prepared for that. So we're going to see
Sick.
all of their weapons launched in this series of launches. And just to give you a sense of how the field reports are done, for example, the 34th wave earlier this week, the IRGC said the firing of a targeted system of powerful and strategic Qadr, Imad, and Fatah missiles and the Khyber hypersonic missile in the 34th wave of Operation True Promise 4 has entered the battlefield with the American and Zionist aggressors into a new phase. The gathering place of American soldiers at 2 bases in Al Zafra and Al Jafer, that's in the UAE and Bahrain, were effectively targeted by the firing of the IRGC aerospace missiles and the Vanguard attack of drones. And they said where they were targeting Ramat David Air Base in northern Israel, Haifa's naval base, and installations around Tel Aviv, including the hidden missile launchers in front of Tel Aviv. And at the end, they say Iran's target bank for attacking American and Zionist regime military and infrastructure resources in the region is 10 times the targets available to the incapable enemies. Security and stability in the region is either for everyone or it's for no one. So that was their report from
makes sense.
from the 34th wave. We are now at 42nd wave today, and these attacks are coming steady. One thing that the Israelis say, and the Americans too, they're constantly saying that the rocket fire, missile fire is down X number of percentages to try to make it sound like Iran cannot fire the missiles. But what they're comparing it to is on the first day when they fired 300 missiles.
Who said this first, chap? Where did you hear it first? Some of you might have heard Rawi say it first, but we were saying this. We were literally saying this last week. Trump was like, they could barely fire any missiles anymore, and it's like, no, it's because they've just stopped because they know that you don't have the interceptors anymore to fucking to fire against them.
And that was just the opening day salvo. This is how they've
yes, I'm sure.
Since then,
I'm sure your favorite leftist streamer, has mentioned it. But I am also a leftist streamer, and I should be your favorite. That's the end of it.
Roughly 20 ballistic missiles a day, along with hundreds of drones. And that has been the way they fire. Israel has said this week that 800 missiles and drones as of Tuesday have been fired at them from Iran. They said, the IDF said that about half of the roughly 300 ballistic missiles Iran has launched into Israel so far have been of the submunition warhead. And 2 people were killed in Israel this week. And you can see in these launches,
exactly, Crescent knows what's up.
There's some double launches. They're also using operational security that we saw all over Gaza, and Hezbollah, the way like you see here.
This has become my favorite stream. Fucking hell yeah.
Range that they're firing out, but you can see that they're firing from different areas because
at the end of the day, our real favorite leftist streamer was the friends we made along the way. I get it. It's fine. I get it. It's fine. I get it. You wanted a way to say, I'm not your favorite, in a way that makes you sound like you're a good person. Well, you're not. And that's that.
Hasn't seen those mountains.
I'm just having you on. It's okay. Whoa! No! Don't worry. It's all good. It's just a joke.
We hadn't seen those flash.
It's just a friendly joke. Don't worry. It's just a friendly joke.
In the same way, so they're.
I literally don't care. Now it sounds like I do care. I literally don't care if I'm not your favorite streamer. Okay? I don't care. It's fine. You're allowed to have other favorite streamers that are not me.
Clearly firing from all over the country, and it's a massive country.
I only pay for one sub. Make your conclusions from that. Yes!
That we will see is
exactly
the arrival of one of these submunitions.
You've remained the first and only streamer I regularly watch since I first started regularly watching precisely one Twitch channel. You see, the thing is, Sorkers, that's lovely. It's all overshadowed by Emily's negative comment. So it's a waste of time now, innit? Oh, I'm just joking. Oh, it's all right. I'm just joking. Don't you worry. No, I feel really mean for doing that because Emily's like really new. Like, I feel like we don't have that level of, you know when someone does like playful antagonism, right? Like we're not at that level yet, right? She's gone. She's already gone. I fucked it. She's one of my new fucking big fucking oiler. Oh, she's here. Okay, good. I understand the playfulness. Yeah, but it might not be appropriate. You're a great streamer, but it's hard to compete with shrimps 24/7. What the fuck? What the fuck? Nah, chat, this is mint. No, this is actually so good. They've got sound and everything. Not that you can hear shrimps, like what noises the shrimps make. Oh, this is great. Look at them all. There's so little uns, loads of little uns. And big uns. That one in the back is massive. We can raid these when there's no one else alive. Yeah, we can. Hey, Nappers. Hey, Steve. Yeah, you can watch this for hours. Nah, yeah, you are actually right. Hey, Soren's left eyebrow. Drop a link. You want me to shout out my biggest competition? Wait, what do you mean gaming at X Shrimps? What's happening? Wait, what? Is this the person who runs the account? Upcoming stream. Wait, they're live right now. This is the person that runs the account. They're doing like Cult of the Lamb. Nah, this is shit. Sorry, nah, this is shit. This is the fucking real shit. This is the real shit. Right, well, thanks for that, Emmy. I've got that now, haven't I? We've all seen that, and we all know what that is. And it's much better than my stream. I can't compete.
And so you could see there the way that the submunitions come out. These are the ones from the Khorramshahr that are 80, but there's also refitted warheads on the Ghadar, which is 15 to 20 of those. And the next slide as well is the arrival of
okay, by any means necessary, no worries.
Submunition of the Khorramshahr.
Whoa, that's one? Bro, that's one submunition.
And you could see by this, these are single missiles. Israel's trying to get these called cluster bombs. They want them to be associated with cluster munitions that the international community has outlawed. I'll get a bit more into that after we see this next one, because they're clearly not cluster bombs. That's a single strike of a submunition that could be shot out of the air by any of Israel's 4 air defense systems if they worked. We'll explain in a bit why they're not working as well also. So 15, yeah. You can see this is from a traffic camera landing in the middle of an open street there. Also no sirens on those last 2 ones, which I think are notable. Israelis certainly thought they were notable.
Fucking Israel fires cluster munitions on Gaza regularly, but also much worse munitions than that. Like, it's so embarrassing that known war criminal rogue state Israel is going, they're using cluster munitions on us. Like, oh my God, bro, I couldn't give a fuck. If Iran started using white phosphorus on Israel, I would be like, don't give a shit. Soz, I don't give a fuck, bro. They would never, which is why I'm so comfortable in saying this, but if they did, I would be like, wow, sucks to suck. Here's some fucking karma, you fucking psychos. You know? Like, come on, man. They're using white phosphorus in Lebanon right now. Right now! White phosphorus, by the way, if you don't understand why white phosphorus is so bad, it literally, when it lands on someone, keeps burning and burns right down through the skin to the bone. You know, that's the kind of shit that they've used on Gaza routinely for the last fucking 30 years. And they're using it in Lebanon now.
And you can see in the next slide, you can see the depth of the impact, and the car flipped over there. We're looking at 2 Israeli soldiers with their faces blurred because they're criminals, and they all know it, and their army knows it, and they don't put any pictures of them up. Now, usually they turn their heads, which is what they're doing here. We're looking at the side of their face, and the other guy has his back turned. That's how we see even Israeli graduations these days, because they have a feeling that justice may catch up to them for this war for them.
What murder?
Yeah. Into their genocidal rampage. The next slide you'll see is what the submunition looks like. That's roughly the size.
It can burn through bone as well. Yeah, hippie marshmallow. Yeah.
In each one. And they're in the nose cone of the re-entry vehicle, and they break apart as we saw in those previous videos. But what Israel is trying to do is call them cluster bombs, which are a horrendous weapon that puts miniature bomblets. The bomb breaks open and it showers a small area with hundreds, if not thousands, of small bombs. And this is something that Israel did infamously, at the end of the July 2006 war in Lebanon, when they had realized that they had lost the war. They sued for peace, and then they fired in the last days cluster bombs. Let's go to the next slide, because this is a slide from Haaretz newspaper in Israel that says, IDF commander, we fired more than 1 million cluster bombs in Lebanon. The subtitle says, phosphorus and cluster bombs heavily used, unexploded munitions litter a wide area of Lebanon. And I was in Lebanon at that time, and they were everywhere. They were hanging from trees. They were in people's houses. They were in the gardens and the shrubbery, so you couldn't see them. They're just small, and they're deadly. This is what the article said, quoting the head of the IDF rocket unit. What we did was insane and monstrous. We covered entire towns in cluster bombs. Quoting the battalion commander, the rocket unit head stated that the IDF fired 1,800 cluster bombs containing over 1.2 million cluster bomblets. In addition, soldiers in the IDF artillery units testified that their army used phosphorus shells during the war, forbidden under international law, and that the multiple launch rocket systems were highly inaccurate. So these are cluster bombs. They're all in one area. and they're intended to kill civilians. The submunitions that is coming out of a ballistic missile has spread them out over multiple kilometer range. All it is doing is making a single missile into a dozen or dozens of missiles to be intercepted. And those interceptions are supposed to happen by Israel's layered multi-billion-dollar, hundreds of billions of dollars air defense system, and it's not. And they're trying to call them cluster munitions because that's what Israel does, projects the things that they do criminally and hope that they can make it stick onto somebody else. Let's take a look at the next one. We're going to watch the launch of Shahed drones here.
They're actually fucking rapid. I didn't realize they set off that fast. No way. It's kind of comical. They've got the little fucking brrrr. No, Iran are not using cluster munitions. So what John was just explaining was the difference in the Khorramshahr 4 missile and cluster bombs, right? You've got cluster bombs that basically send out hundreds or thousands of little bomblets, which are intended to kill and maim as many people as possible. They're totally unavoidable, totally incredibly difficult to intercept, and they've been used by the USA, the UK, various different countries of the Imperial Core over the last 100 years since that kind of weapon was developed. The Khorramshahr 4 essentially has submunitions within the warhead, right? So when you look at the footage, so where are we up to here? 1943. When you look at the footage here, it's like how many submunitions are actually here? It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 in this. Hang on. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4. Let me count this properly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So you might have like 100, right? So you got like maybe 100, maybe 70 to 100 submunitions. He said 80. So John was saying that it was 80, right? So yeah, roughly 100, 80 to 100. And these are essentially not going to count as cluster munitions because cluster munitions, I think they explode like this when they're closer to the ground, right? So there's no chance of intercepting them. Like you are basically... It's the same way that a modern nuclear missile works, one rocket and multiple warheads. Yep, absolutely. You have the opportunity to shoot this stuff down. Like, that's the thing. From very far away, they are saying, look, this is what we're sending at you. They're not just waiting until the last minute and then detonating really close to the ground, hundreds and thousands of bomblets to, destroy and maim and kill as many people as possible. These things are signaled very, very... obviously from very far away, right? So people have the time to get out of the way, get to a bomb shelter, or at the very least hide under the fucking kitchen table or some shit. And they could even be intercepted, right? I mean, they are saying intercept this. It is possible that they would be intercepted. It is possible, but John's going to get into why they don't work. Is the difference that they explode early and they're still guided? They're still going to be heading towards the main target. Now, it is going to be spread out. I'm not saying that doesn't happen, but they're not going to just randomly go in like fucking 20 different places. You know what I mean? They're going to be going towards the same target. They explode earlier. And so, is it that they explode or they just detach from the main rocket? Right. I think that's the key. God, they're so funny. These Shahed drones taking off is so funny, dude. The little fucking like propeller, it's like brrr, and then it goes. Hell yeah. This is so good.
So this is some of the 3,000 drones that have been launched so far. They can take off from there. You can see they don't need.
Oh, hi, Kraylazanth. How you doing?
Truck mounted, although we have seen truck mounted with racks that can send out a dozen at a time. But you can also send these from the desert and fire them off relatively safely in comparison.
A lawnmower with 0 to 60 of 2 seconds.
This type of weapon is.
Plus, the bombs can also be incendiary. Yeah.
Out. And it's been very, very effective. And you're looking at the Navy's drones there. So if we look at the next slide, we also have audio in this for the launch of drones and cruise missiles. This is number 18 we're at now. That's the Pava cruise missile that you can see, and we're going to see later in the show that the Iraqi resistance is using that same type of drone. We also saw the Hadid 110 for the first time. It's a small turbo engine with
I think that's what it is, Banker. Yeah,
max that carries a 30-kilo payload, and we've seen these be used by the Iranian Navy on targets in the Gulf that are close to them. We also have audio in on this next one for launches. These are launched by the Iranian army, which is also in the battle along with the Islamic Revolutionary Guard.
Okay, I'm bringing this up because I don't know if people know this. But Sophie just texted me, and I don't know if she's still watching the stream. I think that probably means that she's not watching the stream. But she could have it on in the background and just can't be asked typing or whatever. But I told her this the other day because this happened while I was streaming or on the same day of my last stream of last week, and I didn't cover it during the stream, but I was looking at the news about it on Rowie's stream over the weekend. And I just think it's funny as fuck. So, you know how the Gerald R. Ford was moving down the Red Sea in order to get to the combat zone, right? Apparently, what's had to happen is that the USS Gerald R. Ford, because it's set on fire and injured 2 sailors. And it had all the problems with the sewage systems that we read about a number of weeks ago. It had to go home. They had to send it back. They had to send this fucking boat back, and it's being replaced by the USS George Bush, which is extremely funny. The boat's laundry room joined Hamas. Yeah. A fire broke out aboard aircraft carrier USS Gerald R. Ford on Thursday. Multiple sources confirmed to USNI News. The initial fire has been extinguished, but the crew is doing damage control. According to US Navy Sea Systems Command, Forward Deployed Regional Maintenance Center is helping to prepare the fleet with electrical support. On March 12th, USS Gerald R. Ford experienced a fire that originated in the ship's main laundry spaces. Reads a U.S. Central Command statement posted to social media website X. The cause of the fire was not combat related and is contained. There is no damage to the ship's propulsion plant. The aircraft carrier remains fully operational. 2 sailors are currently receiving medical treatment. Additional information will be provided when available. Ford was operating in the northern part of the Red Sea off the coast of Al-Waj, Saudi Arabia. Ford and 3 of its escorts, USS Mahan, Bainbridge, and Winston Churchill, transited the Suez Canal last week. The strike group has been operating in Operation Epic Fury. The carrier has been deployed since June 2025, extending multiple times. It's not talking about the fact that it was sent home, that it's going to be replaced. Is that going to be... Gerald R. Ford replaced with George Bush. Now it's going to think I'm talking about presidents. I'm going to have to put the USS there instead. Okay. Is no fats, no femmes purged? Did Kegsith get rid of all the soldiers that knew how to do the washing? Yes! That's exactly what it is. It sounds like sabotage. Honestly, Kralov Xanth, it could be, but I think it's funnier to just go with the incompetence line and like tired people doing their laundry and they can't be bothered doing their fucking laundry properly. I am honestly way more into that shit than anything else. That's the bit that I like about this story. USS George W. Bush formation flight conducted over U.S. Navy's largest. It's not. No one cleaned the lint filter. I think that's what it is. Yeah. I don't think. Maybe it's not getting replaced. Maybe I was wrong about that. I'm certain that there was some report that we watched on Rowie's stream where Rowie was like, yeah, the USS Gerald R. Ford has got to go home because it got set on fire and no one could take a shit. Maybe I'm wrong about that, but whatever. It's very funny. All right, let's carry on with this.
So this is number 19 with audio. So you could see those launches again. The White House press secretary Caroline Leavitt said this week she confirmed a report by Reuters that said as many as 150 troops have been injured since military operations began a week ago, saying that number of injured is in the ballpark of 150, something that had been covered up until now. Pentagon spokesman Sean Parnell told the Associated Press that 8 U.S. soldiers have been severely injured, noting that the majority of the injuries have been minor, with some returning to duty. 7 U.S. service members have been acknowledged to have died so far, 6 of whom were killed in Kuwait and another in Saudi Arabia. Let's take a look at number 19B here. We're going to see the targeting of the Kuwaiti base with a drone from the Kuwaiti base.
Oh, shit.
And the American soldier there.
Oh, my God.
This is in Camp Buring. And an interesting side note, it's named after one of the highest ranking officers that was killed in the Iraq War. And he was killed in 2003 in the Al Rashid Hotel in Baghdad. And he was killed in an assassination attempt on Paul Wolfowitz, who was the biggest pusher and architect of the Iraq War. Wolfowitz survived, but Buring didn't. And
all those launches look weird, the blurring out and the glitching AI. I don't know. Steve, with all due respect, mate, this is John Elmer of the Electronic Intifada. They don't fuck with the AI shit. They confirm all of their footage. You know, it's incredibly important to remember, if I'm showing you Electronic Intifada, you're getting good journalism, right? That's the key reminder. There is a lot of AI out there. It's totally fine. Don't worry about it. I don't know why you're worried about saying not defending them or whatever. It doesn't matter. You're just saying that they're AI, right? At the end of the day, yes, the blurring is just to hide the location of the launches. Just to hide the location of the launches. That's why that is. There is a lot of AI stuff going around places like Twitter and Instagram. There's also images and video of last year during the 12-day war with Israel going around. I would, argue that it is good to be totally, vigilant when we're looking at this stuff. But I promise you can trust Electronic Intifada. They do the work to look at that stuff. They do the work to make sure that it's not AI. All this stuff is going to be legitimate footage. The recent BB videos are AI. No, they aren't. Sorry, no, they aren't. Netanyahu's not dead. He's just in Greece. Sorry. All of that shit, yeah? All of that shit. all of that shit about fucking Netanyahu being dead. Sorry, it's wish casting. There's no point in saying that he is dead. He's not dead. He's probably just in fucking Greece. And the recent BB videos are not AI. People are saying that they're all in like from the COVID era and stuff because they're wearing masks. The people who are wearing masks are his fucking security detail. And the recent... No, I know that you didn't say he's dead, but there's people who are. There's people who are, so I'm addressing that. I'm using your chat message saying that the BB videos are AI, which they're not, to remind everybody that Netanyahu is not dead. He's visiting Epstein Island reminiscing. That is more likely. That's actually more likely than him being dead. That's way more likely. Yeah, the reason that the people have got masks on in his fucking videos is because it's his security detail and they don't want to be identified for protecting a war criminal. That's why that is. It's not because it's from COVID. I did see a deep analysis of a video of Netanyahu drinking coffee. If you look at the cup, there's no change in the amount of coffee in the cup. I just don't believe any of it. I'm sorry, I just don't. I don't think anyone is doing deep analysis. I feel like people are just using that word nowadays. They're saying, I did a deep dive on these fucking videos about Netanyahu, and they didn't do a deep dive. They're just wish casting. They're confirming their own bias. That's what's happening. You know? Except there is. It goes down after he takes a sip. This is what I mean. Like, you know? Oh, the videos were glitching out more for you, Steve, because you were away from your router. Right, okay. Yeah. Coffee is hot. He took a performative camera sip. Yeah, and I don't think Banker meant to type in all caps there. I think Banker is just probably gaming or something. Yeah, it's just you know, he will have posted that video to do a flex. Like, it's the kind of thing that he would do, you know. What I will say is that he's definitely stressed. And I also do believe, right? I also do believe that if he died, Israel would pretend that he wasn't for a bit, or at least wait until they do an announcement. But I think that he would probably, if he were to die, I think they would announce it. I don't think that they would pretend. I think they would pretend for a bit while they figure out how they're going to announce it. But I think they would absolutely fucking announce it because they think it would probably unite Israel. It would, like, encourage Israelis to, like, take up arms and get involved in the war that they're losing. I think that that's why they do that. People are scrutinizing without having any prior experience or comparisons. That's correct. That's what's happening. I just thought it was funny. The possibility he didn't drink a bit of coffee. Oh, yeah. Yeah, like talking about that shit. I'm with you. Yeah. I skimmed Wikipedia for 40 seconds. I'm basically an expert on these 8 seconds of footage. Well, it's like that lady that we watched before. Do you know what I mean? It's like, it is possible that leftists can engage in, confirming our own biases and being like, this, that, and the other. Like, and I understand if there's been people, like some of my friends have been, concerned and saying like, do you really think Iran is winning the war? Why do you think they're winning the war? America is surely winning the war and stuff like this. And they've been concerned that I am confirming my own bias by looking at stuff. But it's like, look, like I've been doing this stream way more professionally than I used to. A lot more intensely now for almost a year, right? I've been back streaming for almost a year. I look at everything with an incredible amount of scrutiny. I look at sources. I look at where things have come from. And yeah, I'm not perfect because I'm a Twitch streamer. I'm not a fucking journalist. Do you know what I mean? But, and I have shown some stuff on this stream, which is AI, and I've apologized for it after the fact. I don't think it's been necessarily AI, but I think it has been stuff from last year and stuff. I mentioned that, I think, last Monday. But, you know, like, yeah, it is possible for, it is totally possible for left-wing people to be sat there and do the Charlie Day, Charlie Kelly fucking board thing like we saw that lady doing before, you know what I mean? It's certainly interesting that he's made less appearances than one might expect a leader to make in a situation like this. That's much more likely that he's scared or not doing well than he's dead. Yeah, he's scared and stressed. He's scared and stressed. He's losing the war, and he knows that he's losing the war. He's definitely not in Israel. I think that that's the key. He's just in Greece, and I think that that's it, right?
He named this.
Did you hear that Trump wants to rip out the columns at the front of the White House to replace them with ones he likes better? Hell yeah, man. I love that. Comrade Trump destroying incredibly important infrastructure of the fucking capital of the evil pedophile empire that he is the emperor of. I love it.
After him, and the base is a miniature city. As people may know, these bases essentially become American cities. I watched a report on this particular base last night, and they were in Subway, they were in an arcade, they have basketball courts and gyms, they have full bus system, residence quarters. They're sprawling miniature sovereign U.S. territory. And so the reason why these are being targeted, they've been known in this region for a long time, and it speaks to the longevity of this war.
Bro, there are reports, right? There are instances of U.S. personnel in these bases because, like, what are U.S. Marines known for? Fucking raping people in countries that they operate in, right? So there have been instances where people in these bases have raped women in the local populace. They've escaped justice from it because they have diplomatic immunity because they are on U.S. territory. That's the agreement that the USA will have with some of these countries, and they'll get away with it. They'll get away with it. I mean, they could get away with it, probably because of the patriarchal institutions in some of these countries. That's also a likely ability. It's a likely scenario. But this is a fucking absolute reality. And, the local people will hate it for multiple reasons, including that. Happens with sexual assault and DUIs in Japan. Yep, absolutely. Come on, man. And they fucking get away with it. So, this is it.
War in Iraq, war in the
Hey, Morgan, what's up?
War on terror.
Day after the war, we went to Germany, never went back. Yeah.
That are now being destroyed to such a level that rebuilding them.
If he was in Greece, someone is going to geolocate that coffee shop unless they got Mossad to import coffee cups from a Tel Aviv shop. Let's look at the footage. Let's look at the footage from our perspective now, where we know he's probably just in, we know that he's probably just in Greece, right? Likelybility should be a word. Thank you very much for humoring me. Right, let's take a look at this. So, first of all, right? There's some kind of weird empty display out here.
Amid wild death rumors, Netanyahu's latest video sparks.
It doesn't look like there's a lot of stuff in the shop either.
Generated by many online.
It looks like it's in a rural setting.
Netanyahu's proof of life clip aimed to silence rumors, but instead, it's fueling even deeper conspiracy fires.
Right?
From Tel Aviv to Twitter.
No. I just want to see the coffee cup thing, right? Yeah, let's have a look at this.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu posted a video from.
He's like, I'm having a nice coffee in Sataf, right?
Shared on his official X account.
And again, it looks he's got one guy outside and then another guy outside, yeah?
Thank you. What did you ask me?
I think they're saying on the internet that you're dead.
I'm dead on coffee. You know what? I love my nation to death and how they behave. Fantastic. Do you want to count the number of fingers?
Okay, chat. Here's the truth. Here's the bombshell about this video, right? It's not AI. What it is is this is just a mock-up of a coffee shop. It's not an actual coffee shop. They got a takeaway coffee from a next place down the road, right? And he's got his fucking Mossad security detail outside guarding the place. That's what this is. But it is real.
Can you show us?
Hey, there you are.
Do you have a message for the people?
Go out and breathe some air. But
No, the coffee level did change. It's doing that thing where when you take it... Listen, you fuckers don't drink coffee. None of you fuckers drink a good coffee. You all drink like fucking like what? None of you are drinking like a latte at a fucking, you know, at a shop. When you drink it like that, sometimes the coffee stays up the sides because it's coffee and it's got like, you know, acidic properties and it affects the milk, you know? The coffee shop in question put it up on their Instagram. Let's OSINT this and find out if their old pics look like the shop. Let's take a look at this. Sataf. In Jerusalem, apparently. Let's take a look. So that's a picture there of him in there. Alright, well, they got some stuff in there, so, you know. And they're outside. That looks like it could be the same counter. I think it probably is. I can see the shelf in the background as well. But that was like, what, 3 days ago? I don't know. Let's have a look at some other old stuff. Not seeing many interior pictures here. It looks like it's super rural, so yeah. This is just like... It's a coffee shop that is out of the way. And he probably posted the video like a few fucking days after he was actually there. But there's not really much. Here we go. We can see the inside. Wait. Hang on. I just saw something then. Oh, I thought that was showing that the cash register was on the other side. It looked like it was on this side in the Netanyahu video. I don't know. That hill could be anywhere in Greece. It really could. Yep. That does look like the outside. That's what that looks like in the Netanyahu video for sure. His latest post seems weird. Swipe left to get her number. Wait, what? The latest post? Swipe left to get her number. No. No. This is not weird. This is normal Israeli behavior. It's not weird. This is just normal shit for the so-called state of Israel. Believe me. Believe me, if you watch Rawi's stream, you'll know whenever he's fucking translating shit from what they fucking say, it's like, oh my god, I can't believe that they say this shit out loud. I think he did go to this coffee shop. I think he did go. I think now that I'm looking at it, he's not mocked it up. He will be there. But what's probably likely is that he flew back on a fucking helicopter or some shit, right? I don't think the Wings of Zion plane is what he uses to get around now, right? The cafe posting that, do they not have HR? No, Emily. It's an Israeli business. They literally, like, I'm being serious. There is a real fucking problem with like insane fucking pedo misogyny in Israel. I'm not fucking joking. I'm not just being like a conspiracy nut here. It's fucking bad. No, yeah, he's got a plane called the Wings of Zion. I don't think that he used the Wings of Zion plane to go to Germany. I don't think that actually happened. I think that he sent the Wings of Zion plane there to confuse Iran if it tries to assassinate him. And I think that he has like a helicopter that he's getting around in because helicopters can take off and land faster. This is famously the kind of thing that people use, right? Yes. Well, yes. If you just Google 100% of tire workers in Israel, what you will get is this. A new report reveals 100% of Thai agricultural workers were sexually assaulted in Israel. Every Thai foreign worker has been sexually abused in Israel. 2021. There are some people that on Twitter will say things. Zay Squirrel is one of them, and he will often refer to Israel as a psycho-fascist, rapist state, right? And I find it hard to disagree. By the way, just unrelated, I will often bring up this article. How Jewish American pedophiles hide from justice in Israel. What's that? What's that you say? If you're a pedophile in America, if you sexually assault a 9-year-old girl in Oregon in 2000, you can go to Israel before the authorities in the USA can apprehend him. Can apprehend you, and you can just go there and you know, they'll shelter you like that. You could just convert. And if you like, you could get a gun and you can rape some Palestinian children as well. Yeah, oh hey, by the way, chat. If you Google State Tayman, what comes up is, and this is 4 days ago, literally this is new, Israeli military drops charges against soldiers accused of abusing Palestinian detainee. Now this is the BBC reporting on this, right? Rafi Berg, editor, known Zionist, known supporter of Israel. What do you think abusing Palestinian detainee means in this context, chat? They raped a Palestinian prisoner to death. It was filmed on camera, a gang of them doing it. And then if you look into it further, where is it? Oh, it's all coming up with the news from, if you type in Stay Tayman protests. Israeli protesters enter army base after soldiers held over Gaza detainee abuse. These people were rioting to release these guys from imprisonment. They were like, no, it's fine that they raped a Palestinian prisoner to death. And in fact, we should be allowed a vote on whether we can do that legally. Right? Honestly, it's fucking insane. It's completely insane. So yeah, that is just Israel. That is just Israel. Yes, it happened on camera. Yeah. Israeli head of cyber censorship was literally caught in a pedo sting operation in Vegas. Yeah. Hey, Ditaway as well. Hey, Jewel Kanan. Apparently, Israel issued visa for African students. I'm worried just to gain favorability here using the angle of Christian Zionists. Well, yeah. What they're doing, they are trying to establish a Israeli military base in the illegal state of Somaliland. Right? You know, you got Somalia. And Somaliland is an unrecognized and internationally unrecognized enclave within the state that is essentially trying to do Israel shit in Somalia. And, you know, have like a massive fucking civil war and shit. There's nothing communist about it. There's nothing based about it. So there's nothing to be excited about. But of course, Israel is jumping all over it and saying, we should have a military base there. Yes, of course you would. Of course you'd love that. So yeah, Israel's forays into Africa have unfortunately just begun. Hopefully they're just ending because, you know, it appears that they're not doing well in this fucking in this war. Somaliland and Sudan via the UAE, ally of Israel. Well, I don't know about Sudan's relationship to the UAE, but I know that the Rapid Support Forces who are doing the genocide in Sudan are certainly related to the UAE and absolutely an ally of Israel by that regard. Imagine waking up one day and telling one of your mates, let's protest for our right to do this hideous, inhuman thing. I mean, the thing is that this shit is like normalized in Israeli society. What I was referring to, like, you know, in Rawi, when he like translates this stuff, he will literally sometimes recoil in horror and be like, the one time that I really vividly remember it is he was talking about a book that was being promoted on a Hebrew news channel. It was called something like an Israeli love story or something like that. And it was about like a fucking 35-year-old guy. Oh no. 50 Shades of White and Blue is what it was called. White and blue being the Israeli flag colors. And it's about a 35-year-old man and a 14-year-old girl. And Rabi, when he was translating it, literally went, oh no, I can't fucking, I'll tell you what this is just because you need to know what it is, but I'm not gonna continue fucking listening to this. One of the 5 rapists is a celebrity in an Israeli show. Yes, that's right. They made him famous. Yep, that's right.
I think rebuilding them could come into question, the destruction.
I'm not saying it's connected, but I saw that Quentin Tarantino lives in Israel. It's connected. It's definitely connected.
Is such they're also largely abandoned, so their utility in this key moment is drastically reduced. Let's take a look at number 21. This is an IRGC drone versus a U.S. hotel in Bahrain.
By the way, after all that, let's take a look at Iran beating the shit out of U.S. bases in the region.
And the IRGC said on this, the flight of the cowardly American soldiers from regional bases, they're taking refuge in hotels and host countries, and their criminal U.S. Army's use of civilian facilities in the Persian Gulf.
Let me try and get the boy back after all that convo.
Intelligence monitoring of the IRGC. The brave soldiers of the IRGC are laying in wait to hunt the soldiers of the aggressor American army and will not let them go. And just on a side note, the number of locals killed in these operations are very low. In the UAE, in the total, in the 13 days, there's been 4 people killed. They were migrant workers who presumably didn't have the rights to leave the job sites in the way that the locals do. There's 2 in Kuwait, both migrant workers, 2 in Saudi, also migrant workers, and 1 in Bahrain. So when you're talking about the scale of destruction and death that Israel and the U.S. rains down, more than 1,000 in Iran already, 600 in Lebanon, and of course 100,000 in Gaza at least. It's just worth noting those numbers.
Hey Mo, and what's up?
Bahrain arrested the people that took that video. They have arrested a number of people. The numbers are not entirely clear, but there was a report yesterday of 6 people being arrested, migrant workers that quote, filmed, published, and reposted videos related to the effects of Iranian aggression. And again, linking back to what Ali was saying about the Bahraini minister, this base, the U.S. Fifth Fleet base, is not so much a mountain of fire, as he called it, as it has not been able to do anything to defend Bahrain from what we are seeing. Number 21B here, we're going to see an attack on the Dubai airport. You're going to see a drone come in from the right here, and it's going to hit just outside of the terminal, And you can see it just misses a radar dome. It looks like that radar dome might have been the target. But this strike on the Dubai airport is part of the process of shutting down 14,000 flights in the region. Emirates Airline is the world's largest long-haul airline.
Safest city in the world.
Airline in the Middle East, and they are not flying there. You see a close-up of the Shahid strike there on the Dubai airport. Next up, we're going to see...
By any means necessary, I think you posted that exact same chat message last week. And there's nothing wrong with that, but I have copy pastas for this. Yeah, I thought you did. Wait, I just want to find it because I think that's so funny. No, it is an important point. I'm not having a go at you. I just think it's funny. Did you not do it here? Maybe you did it in Ray K's stream. I'm so certain that you did it in this stream. No, you didn't. Okay. I was like, wait, hang on a minute. I've seen that before. Where have I seen it before? Okay, yeah, no, all right. The radars and bases in America that America is losing are not worth billions. They are. It was in there. Oh, okay, fair enough. The radars and bases America are losing are not worth billions. They're priceless. America cannot get the rare earths, nor can they manufacture anything anymore. They'll never replace this hardware. These assets are just lost. Iran is decolonizing the region. America still cannot repair a basic bridge in Baltimore. They're not rebuilding anything in Dubai. Yes, and you are correct about that. You're spot on about that. So even though I think you might have posted it here before, it bears repeating.
The integrated air defense system of the IRGC.
But that is very funny that I clocked that. You know, you can't get away with this stuff in a little streamer's chat. You know what I mean? I'm just a little guy. I know all the chat messages that are happening. I've seen them all. You know, this isn't like Marcus's stream where it's going past so fast. You know? I bet Marcus can read all of the chat messages, but, you know. I find it hard to read Marcus's chat.
Iranian army knocking these drones, US and Israeli drones out of the sky. We don't have an exact number on this, but we've seen at least dozens of these knocked out of the sky. At one point, the IRGC said that they had hit 80. It's somewhere between dozens and that at least, because we've shown you now a dozen just on this program alone, and I don't pick all of them. Also,
no, yeah, they're never going to
our weekly coverage
replace it unless they get China's help. That's right.
Local.
Well, again, this is the thing. This is what this hubris is resulting in. It is just resulting in pushing everybody into the arms of China. I said it last week, and it is just what is going to happen. You know? Anyone notice this recent meme on Twitter where people present UAE as a passive victim of this? I really think it's UAE propaganda. It will be UAE propaganda. It won't be just that, Baldwin. It will be Israeli propaganda because it is in Israel's interest that the UAE does not sever ties with it. You know? So I would argue that it's not just that. But it's also that. Just like all the neoliberal countries, they've demolished their state capacity since the 80s. It may turn out, atomically powered, and the rest of chat, it may turn out that Thatcher was really just delaying socialism, not completely destroying it in the UK, in particular. And also Reagan in the USA, right? Because, you know, Reagan was heavily involved in that fucking neoliberal shit. It's always said its new strategy was overwhelming Israel's air defenses with old stock and then unload the good stuff. They kind of did both using smart missiles for certain targets. That's broadly how it worked. Now they started unloading the special deliveries. Yes, correct.
Farmers with expensive American drones. There's this local farmer in Loristan driving his Hermes 900 drone around town. So that is the drone work that has been done. But this week, the targeting really came to light on what on these bases are being hit. If we take a look at number 24, we're talking about the THAAD radar essentially eradication from the region.
Yeah, Thatcher and Reagan won capitalism a handful of decades. Yeah.
This is a graphic from the
and it's
Financial
been a handful
Times
of
that shows
decades.
You, we're looking at the top radar. At the top is a $500 million radar. It's an advanced warning radar upon which all the system, not just the THAAD system, but this we're talking about the THAAD system here, the US's terminal high altitude area defense system.
Yeah, like when I think about the incoming, there's going to be a food crisis in the UK pretty soon. I'm pretty certain of that. And it's going to be a mixture of supply lines not being able to deliver food as much as they could because of oil prices and petrol prices, and also the price of food going up exponentially because of this stuff, right? So, you know, it's going to be important to start going around and doing community garden stuff. I would say that people should be doing that yesterday in the UK. Yes, we haven't been self-sufficient in food till the early mid-1800s, exactly. So, like, when the supply chain gets strained and when it gets more expensive to, you know, our food prices have been going up exponentially anyway, right? So, yeah, it is just what it is. And I think that when that happens, I think that whatever government is in charge is going to be under so much pressure because there's only so much that a fucking populace that is comfortable, that is used to having food readily available to it, there's only so much that having no access to that is going to be, you know, accepted. And the US is going to be under the UK is going to be under massive pressure internally and externally because there's going to be NGOs, there's going to be you know, the UN being like, hey, you need to do something about the food. What are you doing? Why aren't you just buying shit from China? And then they'll be like, I guess we have to buy stuff from China. That pause was so long I thought the stream was lagging. No, it's just my brain. My brain was just lagging. That's all that was. I have a bet that the USA will have a legit food riot before 2028. Yeah, that's possible, yeah. UK hasn't had a right proper food riot yet this century. No, not at all. We're all due for one.
Tries to intercept before they before the missiles come back down into the atmosphere. They're exo-atmospheric. And they use the radars from the THAAD system is connected into all the air defense systems, and it's a very powerful one. And that's the efficacy of the system, is how powerful your radar is, how sharp you're able to pick up the trajectory, the launch site, and calibrate all your air defense systems on the way in.
Stock up on tins.
Out, you know, some people say it's the heart or the eyes of the system of this multi-billion-dollar.
I think that's probably smart. Yeah, $1
billion system over the course of its lifetime. Those single radar that got knocked out is at least 500,000, and each of these systems. Each of these THAAD systems is considered one THAAD system that you're looking at, and it can have 6 to 8 truck-launched interceptor launchers, each one with 8, so 6 trucks by 8 is 48 launchers. That's what they have before they have to reload, and that's a $700 million outlay, and we know that last year they only made 96 total interceptors for the THAAD system. So the system itself and the interceptors is one part, but the radar itself is part of the radar for the entire system that is used by the US and Israel. We can look at the next slides. We can see the proof of that here.
Stock up on the red stripe tinnies.
Than the trailer of an 18-wheeler. It's a significant radar that has
no more Patriot missiles. You're right.
Algorithmically higher capacity.
Go to a local Asian supermarket and get a 50-kilo bag of rice. Yeah. That's the way.
It takes the initial reading.
That's the way.
And it's so large and accurate and sharp, it's able to tell the smaller radars who don't have that capability it can tell them where it's coming, and that allows the smaller radars to then be more effective. So you take out the large radar, now your small radars are not effective, and this is a problem that for the US and Israel that will compound.
People
itself.
meme about it, but insects generally are a
in
massive
battle.
source of protein. We're not going to have to eat the bugs. We're not going to have to eat the bugs. Don't worry. It's not going to happen. I don't think it's going to be that bad. Is the UK even depending on fossil fuel fertilizer? I figured UK primary has usage. Gas usage was for cooking and heating. No, we don't grow a lot of our own food. We do grow a bunch of our own food, but we import most of it. Like when you go to fucking Aldi, you see all the fucking, you know, you see all the fucking like different places that food comes from in the UK. Like it's just even things that you would be like, we could grow that here surely, like kale. It's like you get kale and it's like from Brazil and you're like, what the fuck? Somebody has to grow the mushy peas. Yeah, that's right. When do you think it'll happen? I just think that it'll probably gradually become more and more apparent over the next year, right? If I think that prices will probably go up a little bit in the next few weeks if the war doesn't end. But I think that the war will eventually end. And I think that the war will probably end around August or September. Because I think that that's when either Israel will have been completely destroyed or the USA will be like, I'm out, chief. Sorry, we fucked it, right? You know what I mean? See you later. So I think at that point, the war will definitely have ended. It could end up ending way sooner than that. Don't get me wrong. This is just sort of what I'm thinking, worst case scenario. If it goes on for that long, it will probably be at that point. Like, you know, the countries like the UK will be pushed to a, you know, food crisis, and they will be like, America, you need to stop immediately because we're starving. Stop being a little shit and just let fucking Iran take the dub. Hey Finger, what's up? We import here onions from Egypt. At least some supermarkets sell it. Don't you live in... Aren't you in Romania? Where are you, Finger? You're in the Balkans, right? That's crazy that fucking in the Balkans they have to get onions from fucking Macedonia. That's right. You have to get fucking onions from Egypt. That's crazy. Westerners should know there are nations with price controls on food, Vietnam, China, that do not have to worry about food prices. It's while the West just haven't decided. The point of civilization is a guaranteed hot meal every day. Right, exactly. A second one in half a decade? I wouldn't worry too much. I wouldn't panic about it, chat, because at the end of the day, you know, a food crisis here is not going to be a famine, right? It just isn't. We're still in the imperial core, and we still have access, especially in the UK. And in the USA, they grow a lot more of their own food, right? But in the UK particularly, because we import so much of it, and that relies on petrol and shit, I think that what will happen is, you know, we'll just... The various different import companies and shit like that will just be, like, appealing to the government to be like, hey, right? You need to stop sanctioning XYZ country. You need to stop sanctioning XYZ country. And you need to let us do business with China. You need to let us do business with, you know, probably Russia as well. They'll probably be like, please let us fucking trade with Russia, you fucking freaks. We need to make money. Like, that's what it will be. The beans and toast must flow, yeah. Cuba. I mean, Cuba's not going to be exporting a lot of food. Sadly for Cuba. You know, the Cuba exports doctors, and if we were to take on any fucking doctors, you know, then the NHS would get good and they wouldn't be able to fucking privatize it. They wouldn't be able to get away with privatizing it as much as they are doing. I tried to grow garlic recently, but it all died. Yeah, that's because it's the wrong season. Why are you growing garlic in fucking winter, bro? Oh, you mean allow Cuba to import goods from the UK? Oh, yeah, for sure, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, no, at the moment, you want to be growing beans, actually, surprisingly. Garlic is winter food? Wait, is that right? That's when you grow garlic? Okay, no, I'm remembering now. Yes. No, that's right. No, you're right. Sorry, the chatters are right. You do grow garlic in winter. I'm sorry. I'm just thinking of the fact that I was growing garlic inside and it went very badly. It's too cold for beans right now. No, you can be... Wait, you're in Utah. Surely it's not too cold for beans there. You can grow beans. I got some beans at the garden center yesterday with me mum. And me gran. For Mother's Day. And I got a beans. And it said plant now. It said plant now. Yeah, maybe... I'm not talking pulses. I'm talking like runner beans. So like them ones, which is probably the same as peas. They're in the same family as peas, I think. So smug mule, and yet you were so wrong. Yeah, no, I did think I was right. I wish I knew what beans means. Beans, Heinz. Beans were always plants. Legumes, is that right? It's why you don't put garlic in the fridge. I do put garlic in the fridge. Wait, what? What do you mean? You don't put garlic in the fridge? If they're started inside, they'll probably do okay. They're a summer crop mostly, though. Oh, yeah, well, I'm growing inside. Sorry, chat, I'm coming from inside growing. I'm coming from inside growing. You know what I mean? Perspective. So, I'm sorry that I'm getting things wrong. It's because I don't have a fucking garden. By the way, give me money so I can move out of here and get a garden. If you want better soil boy information, yeah? Then fucking give me money and I can move out of this place and get a house. And then I'll have a garden. And then I'll be more normal. A garden, how bourgeois. Well, it's not normal, is it? It's not normal to have a garden. I just want a garden. That's what I want. That's what I want, chat. I'm 36. I need a garden. I just leave garlic out. Don't put it in the fridge. It sprouts because it thinks it's winter. Yeah, but that's only if you just like don't use enough garlic. I put like 6 cloves of garlic in my fucking curries. Gardening is a revolutionary act. Correct. It's not bourgeois. Yes, you're right. It's not bourgeois. Do the UK do community gardens? No. We've got community gardens. There's community gardens. I volunteer at a community garden every now and then, but it's far away. I would prefer a community garden in town. We don't have one in town.
Is a long shot, although they're talking about taking the THAAD system out of South Korea. So sorry about that, South Korea, I guess, for the Americans. Promise to protect you, but actually we're just going to move your air defense system because we are getting ours all blown up. And these have been hit.
Yeah, UK Winter Baldwin, yeah.
Concerted effort in radar communications and air defense systems in Qatar, UAE.
Get rid of your lawn. Go with native plants. Don't have one. Don't have a lawn. Don't have a lawn. That's what I'm saying. Report couldn't hag that bit in his book about a British family growing 50 pounds of grapes from a small passive greenhouse. Yeah. Grow your book. Grow your book.
Jordan, Bahrain.
What am I fucking talking about? Grow your book. Grow your scran is what I mean. What am I on about? My brain's gone. Absolutely gone. It's because of that drop site article. It's because of that fucking drop site article.
Kuwait and Saudi Arabia. We take a look at the next slide. You can see here the damage on Muwafaq al-Salti. This is the base in
Put your garlic in the fall, up in Mayish. Nice.
Radar that you can see destroyed there. We're looking at a satellite image that is boxed that shows the
Lawns are native to the UK, though. No, there is no natural bit of land that just has small grass on it. It's just not a normal thing. Like, in our country, we have vast different kinds of, wildlife and plant life and shrubbery and all sorts in the UK. Depends where you are. In Wales, you're going to have different stuff. Yeah, you have to keep mowing it or it becomes full of trees and bushes. Exactly. And that's kind of how you should have it. You should be growing British plants that you can eat, like, I'm going to get this wrong now. British plants that you can eat. You see, this is how alienated we are from the land chat. This is how alienated we are. What's it called? It's got like a Roman sounding name. And it's like, tastes like celery? Celery? Nettles? Yeah, you can eat them. You can eat nettles. That's British, innit? That's one of the most British things ever, innit? Oh, what are your native plants that you can eat? Nettles. You eat them, and it hurts. What are your native plants? It's like punishing to eat. Rhubarb! Rhubarb! Rhubarb's one of them. Potatoes, beets, beans, strawberries, and a bunch of herbs. Well, strawberries are not... They're not from round here. Strawberries are from, like, Egypt or something, right? Blackberries and I think raspberries. You've got blackberries. They grow all up and down everywhere. Wild garlic. You could get wild garlic here. That's true. Yeah, but they're nice. Yeah, but they're not native. You could grow that shit. You could grow strawberries. We have wild strawberries in the US. Oh, right. So they're from Turtle Island. Garlic mustard. Yeah, you could get like plants that taste like mustard. I'm trying to think what that fucking Dan was talking about it in our Red Planet episode. What is it fucking called? Something idge. It's called like rubbage or covage or scrubbage or something. Thank you for allowing my strawberries. You could grow them if you want, but yeah. There's not much of anything native plant-wise in the UK. What do you mean? Yeah, there is. There's loads. We just don't know what they are. It's not cabbage. It's not cabbage. It's not cabbage. It's something like... It sounds like roughage. It's like... rubbage, scrubbage, roughage. Lovage! Lovage! Ground Level News has got it. Lovage and borage. There you go. Thank you very much. Melpert was very upset by that shouting. I'm sorry about that, baby boy. Lovage. Yes, we have lovage here. I know people ate a lot of potage. That's just soup. That's just soup. Kale? I don't think kale is British. I think kale is Italian. Whatever it is, it was so disappointing. You all fled that island to eat literally anything else. No, that isn't why we did that. We did that because of colonialism and making money. That's why that happened.
Structures, satellite photos, according to CNN.
Yeah, but it's eternal soup that they stuck anything in. I know, and how embarrassing is that? We had no idea what to eat, so all we did was just like have fucking one pot on the fire all the time, and you just kept putting stuff in. Can you imagine how fucking rank it got? Can you imagine how absolutely rank it got? You just keep eating, like, you just keep putting stuff in the same pot, and it's just like, stuff starts fucking growing in it or whatever, but it's just like, yeah, it's fine, just put an apple in it, put a tater in it, put a turnip in it, put a bit of chicken in it. Mine left England to handcart across the US and settle Utah. Yeah, God, dreadful, awful.
Photos show a Raytheon AN/TPY-2 radar and support equipment.
It's probably fine if it's kept at boiling. If it's kept at boiling, it will reduce to nothing. That's how science works. If you keep boiling something, it just turns into steam.
Missile defense system was destroyed in Muwafaq al-Salti Air Base in Jordan in the opening days of the war.
I follow Perpetual Stew Guy on TikTok. No, wait, what? Not fully boiling at 80 degrees. Yeah, but at 80 degrees, you're still going to be reducing a fair bit of it. You can also add more water. I just think that potage is not something we should be getting excited about anymore. I think that we could move on beyond potage. And also, Emmy brought that up because she was saying this is this is something that people used to eat in Britain when we were talking about plants that you can eat. You know?
The build up to the war, because Muwafaq al-Salti base was...
To be fair, a lot of different cultures do cook that way. Right, listen, that's fine. They probably do it way better than us. So good for them. I'm telling you now, British, it's pronounced pottage. Fine, pottage. I'm telling you now, British or English pottage or whatever it is gonna be bad. It's gonna be bad. It's gonna be bad. I bet there's not even salt in it. I thought it was funny because the way it's pronounced is like lovage and borage. That's why you did that. Sorry, that's my bad. That's my bad.
Being used for more fighter jets than we had seen. There was at least 60.
We're not getting through this video, are we?
I neglected to mention yesterday that...
Oh, it looks fucking hanging. It already looks hanging. Perpetual Stew, day 324. It looks fucking rank as fuck. You have got to be joking me.
Did receive a bath. If you are interested in the process, I believe I filmed some of it, most of it, for day 305.
Oh, it's so watery as well.
Nice and clear, so let's go ahead and get our bowl and see how everything has turned out. And while it is a very simple bowl, I'm overall quite pleased with it. I love the chew of the shiitake, and the texture and flavor of the lamb leg are incredible. I made sure to get a few garlic cloves into today's bowl, and I am able to consume them without any issue. This is...
I'm able to consume them without any issue? That's not something you want to be saying about your dinner.
Quite an enjoyable turn of events, and I feel very comfortable ramping up the levels of garlic inclusion. And for this joyous occasion, I will give today a 6 out of 10.
Just 6 out of 10? It's been 324 days. It's been 324 days. This can't be worth it. This just can't be worth it.
Though it is a very simple tasting bowl. And as for today...
It tastes very simple and it's easy to eat.
To diversify the amount of solids.
A few days before this, he put 100 garlic cloves in as a joke. Oh my god.
I'll be adding in a good amount of lupini beans. Thank you to everyone who expressed concern about the state of my intestines last time I added these, but they have been pre-cooked. And this is my hubris speaking. After one whole year of eating perpetual...
Yeah, he's not doing this right.
...stew, even if they weren't pre-cooked...
Here's the 45-year stew. Come on, why is this not working?
To cook a good dish, you need a few things. Good ingredients, sharp knives, and time. Here in this restaurant, they have a stew which has been cooking for...
Right, okay, already, not in Britain or the USA by white people. I already know this is going to be 5 billion times better than whatever the fuck that just was.
Well, a really...
No, you see, that already looks great. That already looks way better. This is much better than whatever the fuck that was.
Really long time.
ขอต้อนรับสู่ร้านวัฒนาพาณิชย์ครับ ผมชื่อณัฐพงศ์
So what is this, Thailand?
This isn't your normal Bangkok bistro. They have been serving the same beef stew for nearly 5 decades.
Yeah, sick.
So, not the same recipe, literally the same soup. Same giant pan, same broth, same soup.
เนื้อตุ๋นสาเหตุที่เนื้อตุ๋นของเราเป็นที่นิยมในกรุงเทพนะครับ เพราะว่าเนื้อตุ๋นของเราเนี่ยจะตุ๋นอยู่ในน้ำซุปที่เราเก็บไว้
Okay, does look kind of similar to the previous guy.
มาทั้งหมด 45
Kind of similar, but also much better.
มีความหอมความระซึมเข้าไปในเนื้อมากกว่าปกติครับสำหรับความยาวนานของน้ำซุปของเรานะครับเราเก็บมาทั้งหมด 45 ปีครับผมทุกวันเราจะไม่ได้ทิ้งน้ำซุปเลยเราจะเก็บไว้เป็นสำหรับทำวันพรุ่งนี้ต่อๆไปครับ
It's all just stew, mate. No.
Cooking method known in some cultures as hunter's stew. This award-winning broth becomes tastier the longer you cook it.
ส่วนประกอบที่เราใช้ในน้ำซุปก๋วยเตี๋ยวเนื้อของเรานะครับ
Okay, what do we got? Liver. I don't know what that is. That looks like a kidney or like a tongue. I don't know. A whole bunch of stuff going on here.
เราก็จะมีทั้งเนื้อตุ๋นเนื้อสดลูกชิ้นแล้วก็ประกอบด้วยเครื่องในพวกเอ็นครับกระเพาะไส้ตับหัวใจผ้าคีริ้วครับผมแต่ว่า
Unique flavor and aroma is great. I don't like the implications that it comes from it being 45 years old.
หัวใจสำคัญที่สุดคือน้ำซุปของเราครับที่เพื่อจะต้องเอาส่วนประกอบต่างๆเนี่ย
You've had this by any means necessary? That's sick.
Now, you might be asking, what's that ring around the pan? Well, that is 45 years of broth spillover.
What? Bro, you could like put that under a microscope and there would be several new species of bacteria under there. Oh my god.
Think of it as a tradition.
That's wild, dude. That's absolutely wild. Give it a
ห
lick.
น้าที่อย่างเช่นของคุณแม่เขาก็จะเป็นเชฟเป็นคนทำอาหารอยู่ตอนเช้า
Mother is the main chef, cooks the soup in the morning. I cook from the afternoon to the evening.
ตอนเย็น
My wife takes care of everything in the restaurant.
คอยดูแลส่วนประกอบทุกอย่างในร้านครับผมส่วนตัวผมเองเป็น
I'm the third generation. We have 3 children. I hope there'll be the 4th generation to run the business. That's kind of cute.
ทั้ง3คนจะมาช่วยกันดูแลเป็นรุ่นที่4ต่อไปครับผม
And now the most important part, the taste. Oh, this is delicious. 45 years?
45 years? 45 years? 45 years? Hey chat, listen, thanks so much for being here. It's over. The stream is over now. That's how you're finding out. Yeah, I'm sorry. We didn't get through the John Elmer video, but we'll continue that tomorrow. There's more Iran news to get through tomorrow. Hopefully I'll start streaming earlier tomorrow. And obviously I'm not going to be stun locked by naming 100 women or naming every country tomorrow. That's not happening tomorrow. That incentive is done now, right? We're going to go ahead and raid someone. Let me just see who's live. So don't go anywhere just yet. We need to name every star in the galaxy yet. That's crazy. I don't even know anything about that shit. There's no way I'll figure that out. Ain't no way. Okay, who we gonna raid? Who we gonna raid? Who we gonna raid? Who we gonna raid? Ray's not live today, so we're not raiding Ray. Although I did say I would try and raid some different people last week because we were just raiding Ray all the time. Let's go ahead and raid Zach. We haven't raided Zach in ages, right? Zach is our resident Dan-ander.
Have you been
anarcho commie explainer, understander, teacher. He does education and stuff like that. Yada yada yada. That's the guy. He is watching, I think, some Andrewism at the moment, so that's very exciting. Let's go and do a raid. Copy and paste the first message if you got a sub. Copy and paste the second message if you don't. Thank you so much for all the support today. Thank you so much for all the donos. Thank you so much for all the bits. Thank you so much for all the subs. Thank you so much for the raid. Parkour's language. Thank you for being here, chat. Thank you for chatting in the chat. Thank you for lurking. If you've been lurking, if you've been watching on the VOD channel, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe, and leave me a comment. Let me know what you thought of the stream, what your favorite bit was, especially if you've watched it all the way to the end. I'll be back tomorrow, as I said, hopefully earlier, brighter, bushier, bushy-tailed, you know, that's it. Don't forget to check out my socials, don't forget to check out my YouTube channels, and don't forget to check out the VOD channel. Thank you so much for all the support. I will see you tomorrow. Stay excellent to each other. Mwah. Peace, peace, peace.